Hello adventurers, how are you? It's another one of our Slant Alpha adventures, and here we are resuming the Boston Virtual ARTCC wings over New England flights. We've got a lot to discuss about this one that we're getting into. There's a lot of little intricacies to it, so I'm going to kind of get started right away. A Psychic Taco has checked in. He says, good luck with the IFR flights. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's bring the website over here and start looking at these. So this is the Boston Virtual ARTCC. This is the Boston ARTCC facility on VATSIM. Now the bad news is right now they are not online. These flights, if you want to get credit for them, you have to do them when air traffic control is online in Boston. And normally that means Boston Center, which would be the big outlined area here. Some of them you only need certain approach controllers on, depending on certain of these flights, where they go and what all airspace they go through. So yeah, it depends on the specific flight as to which Boston controller or controllers you need to be online in order to get credit. Now the good news is I've gotten credit for all of these. There are, I think, 4 flights that they've added to the program since I did it, which was a couple years ago. And they've made some minor tweaks to some of these, but they've added 4 flights that are further along in the program. And so those are the 4 that I need to do and make sure that I get credit for. But tonight, I will just be demonstrating this for you, and I will talk through the air traffic control calls on, we'll just talk through it on our own here on VATSIM. On the Unicom frequency, unless we get lucky and have a center controller kind of pop in unexpectedly. Boston is one of the ones that's on the most often, so wouldn't surprise me, even though you can see over on the left hand side here, you can see that they don't have scheduled center coverage until Thursday. I would find it very unlikely that they will not be on again on center until Thursday. This is kind of like when known air traffic controller coverage is going to be, and they try to hold to these times as best as they can, but it's certainly possible that just one of their other center controllers might have some free time tonight and might just decide to pop on. So we'll keep our fingers crossed. But like I said, whether we get the air traffic control on or not, we'll talk through what the air traffic control calls would sound like, so that at least either way you should get a sense of how this would go if you did it with a controller online. Psychic Taco re-upped his subscription, by the way. Now a 2-month subscriber is Psychic Taco. Awesome, thank you so much. And Furry Copilot. You'll notice if you saw in the stream chat, Furry Copilot is a 2-month subscriber as well. It looks like. So when people do a 5 gift subscriptions to the channel just for like random users, the Furry Copilot bot is one of the recipients sometimes, and I think 2 people have done that recently in a row, to where the Furry Copilot now has a 2-month subscription streak going. By the way, speaking of the Furry Copilots, I did add a command. Nope, I forgot that I added a sound effect to it as well. But in the stream chat, there's a link to a photograph there. These are the 3 Furry Copilots. This is the text that just popped up gives you an idea who's who here. This is Mozzie. He's our newest one, and he's also the youngest one. He's a puppy. He's about 2 years old. This is Finley. He's the elder statesman. He's also the security guard, so he's the one that you'll mostly hear barking when Junior Miss Slant comes home, or any deliveries show up, or whatever other activity happens here at the household. He alerts us to any unusual goings on. And then this is Ella. She's my puppy cat. We call her Puppy Cat because she has very cat-like behaviors, and we adopted her. She's been part of the household for just about a year. And these are all rescues, by the way. But Ella just has a whole bunch of very cat-like behaviors, so we call her Puppy Cat. But anyway, that's the crew there for the Slant Alpha Furry Copilot crew. And Puppy Cat enters as if on cue. Okay, we need to go ahead and let's go into the wings menu here, and we'll just there's an introduction and a getting started guide here. And then there's a list of the pilot ratings and some Q&A, some FAQs there. I think that the most useful sub-menu item there is just the list of the flights, because this really gives you an idea. And we haven't done a couple of these in a while. Although if you're watching through the playlist, obviously you're watching them concurrently. But on the stream, at least, we haven't done one of these in a little while. And so I'll just kind of refresh those of you who haven't seen these. It's a series of 30 flights, 6 VFR flights and 24 IFR flights that all take place within the Boston airspace. And each one builds upon the previous one as far as acquiring, or kind of describing and then having you acquire more knowledge and procedure about how to perform these types of flights. And so each one gets into progressively more advanced concepts and builds upon the skills and knowledge that you picked up in the previous one. So VFR 1 is just traffic patterns, VFR 2 is VFR navigation and flights following, VFR 3 is a Bravo clearance, VFR has you depart a Bravo, then this is a cross country, and then this is a intro to the heli routes, and heli routes can be flown even by fixed wing aircraft. They're just basically VFR transition routes through the Boston Bravo. So we did these already, and then we've done the first 8 of these IFR training flights, and again, there's 24 of these. IFR obviously is much more of a complex animal than VFR flying. Lots of different charts and procedures to learn how to read and fly. So we've done the first 8 of these, and in addition to each one building upon the last, each one resumes where the last one left off. So if you fly them sequentially, which you're not required to do, but it's helpful if you do, again, because of the knowledge building that goes on. But also, each one picks up where the last one ended, so you can fly them in succession, and as soon as you end VFR 4, you're in position to start VFR 5, and so forth. So that's why we kind of knock these out a couple at a time. So number 8 ended at Laconia, and that's where we find ourselves tonight, starting at Laconia, going to Saratoga County, and then number 10 will go Saratoga County to New Bedford. Let's pull up the description for IFR number 9 here, because there are a number of concepts that we kind of have to talk through. One thing that it says in red here is if you read through real-world NOTAMs, apparently right now the VOR DME Alpha into Saratoga is not authorized at the moment. Whether the VOR maybe is not reliable, the signals degraded or for some reason, don't know. Obviously that doesn't apply in the simulator, and what the red notice here says is that you can disregard that NOTAM for purposes of performing this flight. So that's the approach that we will be doing. The other thing that it lets you know is that if you do this flight at night, the lighting in Microsoft Flight Sim is not correct, and it might prevent you from doing a night landing at Saratoga. So I tend to fly during simulated daylight hours anyway, just because I like seeing the terrain. But that just lets you know about the lighting situation. You can also do this in X-Plane, you can do this in FSX, you can do this in whatever simulator that you would like to use, as long as it's an authorized simulator to get onto the VATSIM network with. Alright, some new stuff, quite a bit of new stuff. This rating covers obstacle departure procedures. We actually saw one in a previous rating, but we were told in that previous rating to hold off worrying about that and to do just a VFR climb in that particular one. So we are going to look at the obstacle departure procedure for this one here. And reminder, Laconia, where we're starting up here, is a non-towered airport. So if we switch over to the VFR chart, we can see that it's represented in magenta. That means it does not have a control tower, so any operation we do around the immediate airport vicinity would be on VATSIM's CTAF frequency of 122.8. We can see up here that the real world CTAF is 123.0, but again on VATSIM we're always using 22.8, just because not everybody has access, and worldwide not everyone has access to charts that show the proper frequencies. At least in the US everyone does have free access to these charts, but that's not the case outside of the US. So just for simplicity's sake, 122.8, and you can see that is the correct frequency down here at Merry Meeting Lake. 22.7 would be the correct frequency at Skyhaven. 22.9 would be at Littlebrook, but on VATSIM these are all on 122.8 as their CTAF frequency, the common traffic advisory frequency. So that's one thing that you'll need to know, is that you're going to operate on 122.8 regardless of whether air traffic control is on, at least when you're in the vicinity of the airport. What is the next thing? The next thing is they talk about the obstacle departure procedure. I always like to go through the Digital Terminal Procedures publication for the FAA. So here's KLCI, we'll hit go, and we get a list of the procedures that are available for review here at the airport. The one that you want to look at if you're departing in instrument conditions from a non-towered field, the one that you want to look at is the one here called takeoff minimums. And we'll right click, open that in a new tab, and you have to then scroll through. This is a handful of pages from what used to be called the Airport and Facility Directory. It's now called the Chart Supplement publication, but some people still call it the AFD, Airport and Facility Directory. So you get redirected to this, and it's a handful of pages. You just have to kind of scroll to the right one that's pertinent to your particular airport. So here's the one for Laconia. And notice on SkyVector, you can see that there's definitely some darker green shading down in this area. It's not too bad terrain. If you note to the north and east, we got some little tan areas here. There's definitely a little bit of a rugged terrain. Further north, you've got some. You've definitely got some, some terrain, some foothills there. And then even, like I said, even to the west, you've got a little bit of tan area, but certainly the darker green indicates terrain that is rising. So we've got kind of rising terrain all around here. So it's important that we take a look at this, especially if we were departing in low visibility. If we were to depart from runway 8, we need to climb on this particular heading, which is a runway heading, 079er. 2500, we join the VOR radio outbound from Kennebunk, ENE, and then we make sure we take that to 3,500. That basically gives us a safe corridor in order to make a climb. And then once we're upwards of 3,500, we're safe to go ahead and turn onto our course. And then departing on runway 26, it's a little easier. It's 264 and 2,500 again, then before turning on course. So that 079 might not be runway heading, actually. It's close to runway heading because obviously runway 8 is somewhere near 080. But do we know what the actual runway heading is? I don't think we've got a chart. Well, we have the Laconia. Yeah, we can kind of look at it through here. So 68 true, and then does it say what the magnetic elevation is? Guess we'd have to do a little bit of research to figure out what the actual runway heading is. Whoops, whoops, whoops. Used to, yeah, somewhere around here are these little lines that tell you what the magnetic variation is. Learned this in my P3 check ride with VATSTAR. Anyway, doesn't matter. The point is, when you depart from Laconia, whether it's exactly the runway heading or whether it's close to the runway heading, you're just going to climb on the heading that's listed here in the procedure. 079 off of runway 8, 264 off of runway 26. So obviously one of them is not runway heading because they are not 180 degrees different from each other. But whatever. You follow the heading that's in here, not necessarily runway heading. So that's one thing to note in this specific flight. And this is airnav.com is another way with the special takeoff minimums and departure procedures apply. So this is just a reproduction of the same thing. So airnav.com is another way you can find these charts. Now, what route are we flying? We don't even have a route in here, do we? We're certainly not going GPS direct. You'll notice that there's not really an airway that goes in that direction, is there? There's a blue one. If you're going to do this, if you're going to cop out and do this the cheating way, and with a GPS, you can actually program, a route that includes Victor 93 and then this Tango airway, this Tango 316, going westbound, kind of to one of these points, maybe here at Edson or maybe just to the Cambridge VOR. For those of us who are gluttons for punishment and doing this only through radio navigation, we do not have a specific way to track this Tango airway. You might think it's a 290 radial west of Manchester, and then over here it's a 108 east of Cambridge VOR, and that probably would work in the sim, But the reason it's a Tango airway and not a Victor airway is probably because the radio reception isn't good in that area, maybe because of this terrain, and perhaps that these VORs are near sea level and the terrain in here is not near sea level. But for whatever reason, these VORs are not really reachable through this stretch, and that way they've made this a GPS airway only. You have to have a GPS and, you know, satellite tracking on your position versus just the old radio-based navigation that I try to use on this channel. So we've got a dilemma. We can't really take that route. We've got to take something that goes way out of the way as far as, you know, sticking with these Victor airways, these black-colored ones that we can trace through radials. So if you read down further, and it talks about the off-route obstacle clearance. Basically, if you're going to file something that's not on an airway, this is the minimum altitude that you need to be at in order to be guaranteed terrain clearance. And then we talked about the minimum en route altitudes for the segments. You see these figures here: 3,500, 3,000, 3,000 if you're on GPS, 4,000 if you're on GPS, 3,500 guarantees you terrain clearance with ATC permission, and then over in this area you got to be at 4,800. So these are the minimum en route segments for the airways, and then this is the minimum safe altitude to be if you're not on an airway in that area. So we are going to do, it's the VOR alpha. We'll talk about the approach actually a little bit more detail in just a moment. The one thing I want to talk about is you're doing this non-RNAV. We have this weird situation where, I'll show you. You can't get there from here, it says I'm done exactly. And there is a little bit of a typo. That should say Victor 487 right there, not Victor 87. So they're talking about intercepting Victor 487. So there's a route here that they're giving you that just goes Concord Victor 93 CTR. I forget what CTR is called. CTR Victor 146. It goes Victor 146 Victor 487. You might think that there's a missing waypoint in the middle there, and there's not. I'll show you how that plots. We actually have to kind of fudge it to get it to go in right. And remember, that's supposed to be 487, but even still, it's not going to go in there properly. It's going to zigzag you all around. It doesn't know what to make of that. What is going to happen in reality is we're going to fly along Victor 146, and this isn't a charted intersection, so we don't know like the exact DME reference to get to this point. But that is the point at which we're going to transition from going westbound along Victor 146 to going northbound on Victor 487. Now, SkyVector doesn't know how to do that kind of thing. So here's we kind of have to fudge it a little bit. Let's take out the Chester is the name of that one. Okay, let's take out that. And so let's now SkyVector thinks we're just going to go direct to the airport from Chester. So the next point that we're going to go to, let's just drag this down here, and we'll just approximate it. Whatever GPS coordinates it comes up with, we'll just say that's the way we're going. Okay, good. That's good enough. And then from there, we're going to go to Cambridge, CAM, and then direct to the airport, I think is what it said. Yep, Victor 146, Victor 487. Remember, the little typo there. Victor 146, Victor 487, and then Cambridge. So if we come back here, it's Victor 146, and then that phantom point there, Victor 487, and then Cambridge. Now, I'll show you when we get to this, how will we know that we've reached that point? We don't know the distance. Well, SkyVector is going to tell us it's 27 miles, but we don't know that it's exactly 27 miles. Oh, coincidentally, it's 27 miles to that too, but that's neither here nor there. But we'll show you how to anticipate this turn onto this airway just based on the VOR radial that you're on, rather than having a distance to a point that's not really known. So we'll get there in just a moment. Now I think we can finally talk about what happens when we get to our destination, which is what is 5 Bravo 2. It's a lot of mapping, says Twisted Pirate. Yeah, this is a complicated flight. This rating. This is not a very straightforward. So this is the VOR DME Alpha. Again, this is kind of a generic approach. It doesn't go to a specific runway. And oh, wait a minute, what did I do? I was trying to open that in a separate. Did I not? SkyVector. Oh, there it is. So this is the VOR DME Alpha into Saratoga County, and the reason it is considered a VOR Alpha and not a VOR runway 14 approach or a VOR runway 5 approach is you notice it comes in kind of at a weird angle. It doesn't really come in lined up with any specific runway. It comes in that way. Almost lined up with 14, I guess, if you kind of look at that further out, but still you're going to have to make some sort of a maneuver in order to land on the runway of your choice, regardless of what runway that is. So that's why they call it a circling approach. It's not technically making a circle like going all the way around, but it just means that you have to make some sort of a turning maneuver from the approach to the runway. And what kind of circling maneuver depends on what runway you want to end up on. One thing you want to look up here is it tells you that at nighttime you can't land on any of those runways. You have to land, I guess, on runway 23 is the only choice. So that, again, this is kind of one that you want to simulate daytime probably to make it a little bit easier for yourself. The lesson text, if you go back to the Boston Virtual ARTCC page and Twisted Pirate with the follow there, thank you very much, does kind of talk about the different maneuvers you can make, and again, it's really pilot's discretion as long as you maintain at least that circling minimum altitude. Let's talk about what that is. Circling minimum's 1260, so we'll say 1300 for round figures, but you can go down to 1260. Now notice that the field elevation is, where is it? Airport elevation is 434, so 1260 is only about 750 feet, so it's lower than a standard pattern altitude, which would be 1,000 feet. So when you make these circling maneuvers, a lot of times in order to stay below the clouds, let's say if you had a 1,300 foot cloud base and you were doing this at 1,260 feet, you'd be doing this at an altitude that's lower than the normal field elevation or pattern altitude. So you have to kind of keep that in mind and realize that when you turn base and turn final, you're going to be starting lower to the field than you're ordinarily used to in a regular general aviation pattern. So just another thing to kind of keep in mind. What was the other thing I was going to talk about? Okay. But again, we do need to read these remarks because sometimes these remarks will say, circling east of the field not authorized, or circling north of the field not authorized. So depending on some of these comments might inform on what you can and can't do as you make that maneuver. Again, not truly a circle, but it is going to look something like they've depicted here, depending on which runway you decide to go with. All right, so that's a lot of information to cover. And, the last thing. I guess the second to last thing. We talked about the circling before we even talked about how we're going to make this approach happen. Let's talk about the approach itself. We're going to be coming from the Cambridge VOR. We remember from the other page that I was just showing you that our route ends at Cambridge. We're then going to track 27.3 miles on a 293 outbound course to that point called Gila, which is here. This is what's called a procedure turn. Okay, we're going to continue to follow that 293 past Gila. We're going to, and how far past I'm going to talk about in just a minute. Once we're comfortable that we're established on that outbound, we're going to turn to a 248. We're going to fly for 1 minute. So this is where you kind of have to have the stopwatch in the plane ready, or stopwatch on your wrist ready, or however you want it to time 1 minute. You make a turn, 180 degree turn, and you always turn that further away from the airport. Okay, you always make the procedure turn back away from the airport, not this way. Okay, not that. You do this. And then once you get reestablished on that inbound, Then you track that in, and then you're bound by the altitudes that are here down at the bottom. Captain Scientist is here. All right, so 293 out. You remain within 10 miles is what it says. 10 miles of Gila. All right, so considering that we've got to fly this portion at 1 minute outbound, and we're going to be probably doing 120 knots at that point, so that's going to cover 2 miles, you know, and then maybe another mile, mile and a half in the turn. So that's probably 3 miles right there. So I want to initiate this turn probably no more than 6 miles past the point that it starts at. In this case, that point is marked as a 27.3 DME, so I don't want to go any more than about an additional 6 miles, so maybe into a 33 at the very latest, before I start banging that turn onto that procedure turn of 248, and then back inbound to that 068, and then to the 113 or whatever it was. So that remain within 10 miles is a kind of a further out limit, but you probably want to start that procedure turn, you know, no later than about 6, depending on, you know, allowing for the amount of space it's going to take you to do that procedure turn reversal. So again, we'll kind of re-illustrate that, hopefully, if I have time. You know that I always tend to hand fly these things, so don't always have time to re-illustrate, but we'll do our best when we get there. Okay, I think I've covered everything. Like I said, this is a little bit... Okay, here's their depiction of that same thing I was just saying. So this is all contained in the Boston Virtual ARTCC lesson material, but like I said, this one has quite a few kind of new and interesting pieces of information that you need to familiarize yourself with before you get rolling. All right, I think we've done as much as we can to brief what we're going to do. Let's go ahead and do it. And have I yammered on long enough that somebody has popped on to Boston Center? Nope, doesn't look like it. Okay, so like I said, we'll just have to talk through these calls as best as we can. All right, let's get back in the airplane. Those of you who did not see us just the other day, and Benjamusi is back here. Ben, thank you for stopping back in. Those of you who did not see us on Saturday, we did get a brand new studio mic here, as you can see. So if I'm sounding a little bit different, hopefully better, hopefully not worse, but if I'm sounding a little bit different, that's why. Got that in the anticipation of the virtual air show that is being put on this coming Saturday the 10th by the VATSIM Canadian Division. The Abbotsford Virtual Air Show celebrating 20 years of VATSIM, July 10th. And we're going to start that, I believe it's at 2 p.m. or 3 p.m. I can't remember now. But that is going to be on Saturday the 10th, and I've been retained as the official show announcer for that, so figured I might as well get some new equipment in here to sound a little bit better. Now I still have this boom mic down. I'm on that's actually feeding the monitor, so I can kind of hear myself. That shouldn't change anything for you guys, but it does make it a little bit easier for me to hear myself. So I'm going to still have that down. All right, I think that covers everything. Let's go ahead and get in the airplane and get going here. Profile's been set. Parking, yeah, fuel load's already been set as well. The Beach House is here. How are you, Beach House? Good to see you. Parking brake's set. All switches are down. The nav and beacon lights can come on. That's switches number 2 and 3 up top there. Fuel selector is already on. Props and mix can go forward. Magnetos to both. There's right, left, and both. And I forgot I got to get my sim sounds rolling. I wasn't hearing anything, and now I suddenly remember why. Let's see. Where did I leave off? Okay. Props and mix forward. Oh, I missed the fuel pump on. I think I often miss that. Fuel pump comes on, and then props and mix. And magnetos and prop area is clear. And we'll go ahead and fire it up. Oh, battery on. I don't know why I forgot that. Oh, there. Starter was still engaged when I remembered that the battery needed to be on. There we go. All right, now we got sounds. And then the oil pressure comes up right away. There it is. All right, and the fuel pump can come back off. alternator and radio master. There we go. I like to set the fuel readout to endurance. Not that that changes anything for us on the ramp, but at least when we get airborne, we can verify our fuel capacity. I like to come over here. I turn the marker beacon sounds off. For certain approaches, you might want to have them on, especially if you're in instrument conditions. It might be useful to know when you're crossing over the outer marker or the inner or middle marker. But for visual conditions, I always turn that off. And then I always put the message screen up over the GPS. Those of you doing this Wings Over New England series don't have to do it like I do it. You don't have to do it with radio navigation only. It's not required. It's encouraged, but not required. But I always put that message screen up and presume that we're pretending that we do not have a GPS-equipped aircraft. So we kind of figure out how to navigate all this stuff the old school way before GPSs were common equipment. ADF radio is on, secondary radio is on, transponder is on. I'll go ahead and get that set into altitude mode, just because I don't want to forget to do that later. Alright, let's send our flight plan. I have not done that. I typically do that before the stream starts, but I did not do that today because I wanted to just have it as part of the process here to show you what you would file. This is our last flight that we did in Flight Sim 2020 on the network, but we're going to change that to Laconia. We're going to Saratoga, right? 5 Bravo 2 is what it is. 5 Bravo 2. Whoops, I guess I should type that over here. 5 Bravo 2. Departure time, it's 23:40 now. Let's call it 23:50. Time en route, what did I calculate for this? I think it's going to be an hour and 12-minute flight. And I got 407 in the tanks. 180 is correct. I think 7,000 is what I filed, maybe? Or planned? 8,000. Sorry, it's westbound. And then again, that route. Up top, again, Victor 146 and Victor 487 with no waypoint in the middle. Not very common to see that, but we'll talk about how to navigate that when we get there. And then the controllers at Boston always like it if you put the flight that you're doing, Wings IFR 9. They like if you put that in the remarks as well. So we'll go ahead and file that there. Alright, so that is done. While I've got VPilot up in front of me, we can get a METAR observation for KLCI. And there's no ATIS running here, but there's no controller here anyway. There wouldn't be an ATIS, but we can just get a weather observation here. And it's 190 at 7, so that kind of tells us we want, well, the runways are kind of east and west. Oops, hold on a second. Messed up my route. Runways are kind of east and west. So what do we want to do with 190 at 7? We got an 8 and a 26. I guess it's slightly more favorable for 26 for a 190. So we'll go with that. Set the altimeter. The altimeter, as reported here, is 2999 right there. So we'll go ahead and get that set. It's a little bit lower than where we've got it parked there. We want to verify the field elevation that is close to what's shown. Wow, the origin elevation here says it's 545. Is it really that far off? Yeah, 545. So that is just kind of a discrepancy that you see with Microsoft Flight Sim's weather. I'm almost tempted to just set it based on that. 545 there. I just can't believe that altimeter is off by that much. we'll compromise. We'll just set it at 500 exactly. But yeah, ordinarily, yes, you set the reported altimeter, and it should correspond with the field elevation and where you're parked. It's a good cross-reference to do. In the real world, that might mean that your altimeter is not working properly and needs to be serviced or calibrated. In the sim world, it could also mean that your weather simulation is a little goofy, and unfortunately, that's the case in Microsoft Flight Sim 2020 more often than not. Anyway, all right, so we've set the altimeter, verified field elevation. Comm radios, we're going to be on 122.8 again. That's just the VATSIM universal CTAF frequency, 122.80. Swap that in. All right. Nav and ADF tuners is needed, so we said on the world low, we set our first waypoint here is the Concord VOR 112.9, so we'll get that set. We know that it's roughly to our south, so I'll just kind of point the OBS course to the south. No real specific direction that we need. We don't know exactly what. So here's one thing, guys. This SkyVector is telling us that Concord's going to be on a 213, so we can set that in the OBS. But just remember that we're going to have to go out in this direction for some unspecified direction first. And if we went out that far, then it would be a 190 to get to Concord. If we went out that far, it would be a 174 to get to Concord. We don't really know exactly where we're going to end up here, so we can delete that. I just set it to 213, and then we'll just recenter it. Whenever we get to the point where we're allowed to turn in toward Concord, we'll just recenter it. Whatever radial we happen to end up on, that's the one that will follow in. When you're proceeding direct to a VOR, spin it until it centers and just follow that. Doesn't matter what the number ends up being. All right, but anyway, 112.9er, and then what's the next one down the line is 1094. So 12.9 and 1094. Get those set down here. 12.9, and then 1094. And we do see that Concord is identified here by the on-screen display. If you're doing this with an analog radio, you want to flip the little sound on and hear the Morse code. If you don't know Morse code off the top of your head, it's no problem, because the chart actually tells you right here what the Morse code translation for CON would be. But in our case, we can identify that by looking at the screen and seeing that we are in fact tuned to the one that we think we are. And again, we're going to set that course knob to what we said was a 213, or probably 190-ish by the time we get there. Again, it's going to center up on it probably at 213, but we know we're going to track to the westbound. Yeah, we're going to track westbound before we can turn on course, so we'll just recenter it at that time. Let's remind ourselves, since we're departing runway 26, it's heading 264 to 2500, and then we'll turn. So I'm going to go ahead and set this heading bug to 264. I don't know if that's runway heading or not. I didn't do the math versus the true altitude that's listed in the facility directory. So there's 260, there's 265, and we'll go one click down. So there's 264, but that's okay. It doesn't matter if it's runway heading or not. It might be a slight turn, but 264 is what's in that procedure, so that is what we're following. Racha. All right, what else, guys? So heading bug is set. Initial altitude, we would presume... Oh, you know what? We didn't talk through the process of getting our clearance. I just said the clearance isn't, there's nobody online to get it with. But let's talk through what that would sound like. And I said 8,000, so we'll just we'll set that to 8,000. So remember, like I said, we're going to be on 22.8 for operating in the airport vicinity. But let's say Boston Virtual ARTCC is online and on 134.7, I think, is their normal frequency. So we tune 134.7. And I would say let's go ahead and just swap up there. 134.7 goes in here. But I would keep 122.8 in the standby, because you're basically going to kind of be flipping back and forth here as we get started. And I may be misremembering that 134.7. I forget what frequency they're usually on, but I think that is it. but we'll say for today's purposes that it's 134.7. So 134.7, we get on and we say, Boston Center, Mooney 514 Delta Victor's on the ground at Laconia. We have the weather IFR to Saratoga. Okay, so because we're talking to a center controller, it's helpful to give our location. We tell them when we have the weather. That means that they don't have to read the weather conditions to us in order to get our intentions. So we just tell them that we've already gotten the weather, and so they would say, Mooney 514 Delta Victor, Boston Center, cleared to Saratoga County Airport as filed. Maintain 8,000. Departure frequency 134.7, squawk 2345, whatever. So we read all that back and go ahead and dial in the squawk that they gave us. In this case, since we don't have an assigned squawk, the VATSIM conventions kind of dial in 2200, but that's really not that critical. But you dial in the squawk that they gave you. You'd read all that back, and they would say then something to the effect of Mooney 514 Delta Victor, read back correct, hold for release, either report when number 1 for departure, something along those lines. So you have to let them know when you're first in line to depart, or they would say something along the lines of release for departure. Void if not airborne by whatever time. If not airborne by whatever time, report by whatever other time intentions on this frequency. So that basically means you might have a 10-minute window to get airborne, and then you would just check in with them once you're airborne, and they might say, join controlled airspace on, heading whatever. But in this case, we were cleared as filed, so they probably would just simply say report airborne. That means we have to get to the Concord VOR on our own because that's what we filed. But how do we get there? We have to follow this procedure. We're responsible basically for our own safety and clearance, obstacle clearance, getting to the Concord VOR. So how do we ensure that we do that? We follow the procedure listed here. So 264 up to 2500 and then proceed on course. All right, so they say hold for release, report number 1 for departure this frequency. And then we'd switch over to 22.8. And they probably would say frequency change or advisories approved. So we switch over to 122.8 just to let everybody around us know that we're going to taxi. And then we'll switch back over to Boston to let them know we're number 1. We'll get there in a minute. Heading bug set, initial altitude set. We're going to check flap operation. They are good. Okay, we'll set them back for takeoff. We'll see the interior indicators going as well. Trim is set for takeoff, so we're good. And we'll go ahead and taxi. Yeah, get the taxi light on. There it is. That's when we would be on 22.8, say something to the effect of Laconia traffic, Mooney 514 Delta Victor taxiing out runway 26, Laconia. And I actually did transmit that call over the frequency. All right, so away we go, and then we'll check it back in with the controller once we are number 1 for departure, which is what they told us to do. Now, is there an exit on that side of the ramp? There is. Okay, good. Love the sound of that Mooney. Sounds like a classic American muscle car. We've had this conversation before. Will I have... Oh, there we are. Scooch the seat up just a little bit. I thought maybe we were going to have to cross the runway to taxi the rest of the way out to it, but I think that seat's up a little too high now. There we go. That's a little bit better. Alright, looks like we're going to be off just a little bit later than what I said, so I'm going to update my time estimates here. Should be airborne in the next 2 minutes, I would say, more or less. Tighter Rod is here. Tighter Rod, how are you? He says, what's your job? What's my job in what sense? What's my real world job? I will tell you, I'm not a pilot in the real world. I work in transportation, but all the stuff that I manage has stays on the ground. Put it that way. Coming up on the end of the runway, we're going to do a quick run-up. You look pretty good at it. Well, I'm really good at faking it. I've been doing this sim thing for probably close to 40 years now. Well over 35 for sure. And obviously the sims are a little bit more realistic now than they used to be, so the further I've gotten into the hobby, the more I've had to learn. But been doing it, like I said, a long time, and always enjoy. A good pilot's always learning, and I like to pretend I'm a good pilot, so. Alright, so we'll do our run-up, and then we'll let Boston Center know that we are clear. They're ready for departure. Again, they're not actually online, so we'll just kind of do a mock-up of those transmissions here. There doesn't seem to be like a pull-off pad to do our run-up, so we'll just pull up to the whole short line, and we'll be quick about it. We're in a single engine, so our run-up is pretty quick. Just going to hold the brakes. We're going to run the RPMs up to 2200. There's 2240. That's close enough. Flex the props levers down 1, 2, and then a third time, and we just want to make sure that it recovers right all the way each time. 2230, 2240, that's fine. Okay, we're going to do a magneto check. We're operating on both magnetos. We're going to change to just the left side. We'll see probably a little bit of a dip in RPMs there, from 2240 down to 2210. We'll switch to just the right side, also still at 2210. Okay, back up to both, and it should recover back up to 2240. Okay, we're good to go. Alright, so this is where we'd switch back over to the Boston Center frequency, which again is usually 134.7, I think, but we're just pretending for tonight. Boston Center, Mooney 514 Delta Victor's number 1 for departure, runway 26 Laconia. And they would say, Mooney 514 Delta Victor, release for departure. Report airborne, and this is where they would say report airborne at this frequency. If not off by such and such time, then void if not off by such and such time. If not off by such and such time, advise intentions no later than such and such other time. That kind of thing. So basically, you read back, okay, void if not off by whatever. Frequency change with advisors approved. Talk to you soon. 514 Delta Victor. Back to 122.8. Laconia traffic, Mooney 514 Delta Victor, via VATSIM westbound departure, departing runway 26 Laconia. Alright, look for traffic. We haven't heard any. Of course, we were off frequency for just a second, so we'll look extra hard. Okay, don't see any in either direction. Good to go. And again, we're flying that heading that I have marked on the bug there to 2,500, and then we're going to turn on course toward Concord. Alright, it is runway 26 is confirmed by the sign that we just passed. That lined up with the runway. We'll go ahead and set our takeoff power. Temps and pressure's all looking good. Takeoff power set. Iowa Scotsman's here. We'll maintain center line with the rudder. Airspeed's alive. We got 60 knots. When we get to 80, we'll gently lift it off the ground. Whoa! Getting kicked to the side there by the gust of wind there. That was not my doing, I promise you. Okay, we're off. Gears up. And we're going to just manually steer to that heading. Pitch to 85, which is our best angle of climb speed. Alright, through 400, I'll get the flaps in, and I'll reduce to 24 and 24. Alright, 24, 24. We're still steering. I'm hand steering to that heading. We'll say on 22.8, we'll say Laconia traffic, Mooney 514 Delta Victor is 1,300 west of the field climbing and leaving the area to the west. Clear runway 26 Laconia. So there. Now we've let the operations at the airport know that the runway is clear. We'll switch back over to Boston Center, and we'll say Boston Center, Mooney 514 Delta Victor is passing 1,700 going to 8,000. Again, you check in with the controller. You always give your current and your target altitude. So Mooney 514 Delta Victor, radar contact, and that might be all they say. You pretty much proceed as you were cleared. So we're still on that heading until we get to 2,500, and then we can, actually I'm going to preemptively spin the arrow so that it centers. There we go. So now we know that once we're at 2,500, that's the direction we turn. Tighter rod with the follow. Thank you so much for that. We appreciate it. Iowa Scotsman says, I just finished signing up for VATSTAR. That is another great source, Iowa Scotsman, in addition to these Boston Wings over New England flights. Another great source for getting some guidance as to how to do some of these VFR procedures, IFR procedures on the network. Now, it used to be that the Boston Virtual ARTCC Wings over New England flights, that completing them would earn you a VATSIM pilot rating. That is not the case anymore. Ever since the pilot ratings got restructured, the ratings basically require, I guess, that an instructor be watching the cockpit, which the Boston program is always set up so that the controllers would evaluate you based on what they were seeing on their scopes. They don't really have the capacity to do one-on-one training like VATSTAR does. So the BVARTCC, the wings flights that we're doing, don't earn you a VATSIM pilot rating anymore, but the VATSTAR program does. Is there a wings over the Midwest? Not on VATSIM. We need to harass the guys in the Kansas City ARTCC and have them build one of these training programs. Alright, so the manifold pressure has slipped as we climb, so I'm going to bump it back up to 24. Again, climb power in this aircraft, I just used 24 on the manifold pressure, 2,400 RPMs. And we're going direct to Concord, and then we're 17.4 miles from Concord. You might be able to see the DME down there in the lower left, 17.3 now. Going to recenter the arrow. So I'm proceeding direct to Concord. I'm not on a specific radial, so if I get slightly off, I can actually just bump the radial until it recenters and just track that in. If I was on an airway, I'd have to leave it assigned to the course that's on the chart, but when you're direct, if you happen to drift, you can just kind of recalculate from your present position. Recalculating. Still at 2,424, so we're good there. Going up to 8, going to Concord. Let's figure out our next step from there. So we don't need that anymore. We'll need this one later. We actually don't need that. after Concord, it's it's hard to see, 246. So we got two charts here that kind of got stitched together. We can go L32. We want to see a little bit better there. 30. Yeah, okay, and there's the other one. So remember, you've always got, in addition to the world low and the world high, you've always got the individual source charts. If you find something that's hard to read, you can switch back and forth and see if there's a better one. So 246 will be the outbound. Once we pass over, we're coming into this from whatever radio we happen to have ended up on. When we pass over Concord, we're going to be outbound on a 246. I'm going to go ahead and set the heading bug to 246 just to remind myself of that fact right now. Again, I'm going to recenter the arrow because I've drifted a little bit left. There must be a bit of a crosswind here that keeps pushing me slightly to the left, because I am turned slightly to the right, but you notice a couple times I've gotten off course to the left. So we'll put in a little bit more course correction there. And then the heading bug, I'm going to set the 246 so that I know what turn to make in 15 miles. So 240, 245, and 246 is there. So over 1,000 to go until 8,000. Again, I tend to hand fly. You guys can, you're absolutely free to engage the autopilot on these guys. I just tend to hand fly for the added experience and added challenge. But there's nothing in this program that says you can't use autopilot. Scotsman says, I saw the Flying Fabio talking about the wings over New England flights earlier today. Maybe he lurks on my channel, I don't know. Right, now it looks like the needle's drifting a little bit left, so I'm going to just correct slightly over this way. A little bit of a cloud layer here, but still 9 degrees above Celsius, yeah, above freezing, so not any icing to worry about as far as we can tell. I am going to lean the engine out just to stay within that blue arc there. There we go. My right tank is 3 gallons heavier than my left, so I'm going to go ahead and switch. Good pilots have a system to keep reminding themselves of when to do that. I just eyeball it. Some folks use a timer, that sort of thing. I just eyeball it. I cross my fingers and hope that I don't forget. Alright, there's 8,000 feet. We'll go ahead and level the plane out. Try and keep it roughly wings level as well, heading wise. I've already let the manifold pressure slip to 21, so that's not good, but kind of where we need it to be anyway. So the cruise settings that I use in this aircraft are 22 and 22. 2200 on the RPMs, 22 on the manifold pressure, and then we'll lean it out to 50 degrees rich of peak. That means we're going to lean it until it's its highest point, whatever that highest point happens to be. So there's 1562, and so we'll push it back forward now in rich to about 1512 is our goal. Alright, again hand flying, but if I get stable on cruise and stable on our course, might hand the aviating over to autopilot just so I can focus more on the navigation. So Scotsman says, he said it was something he was going to start next week as part of his streams. I imagine for some teaching stuff for his viewers. Well, it's the same exact reason I'm doing it. For admittedly a smaller number of viewers. Nerdbark says the Mooney is a flying sports car. Yeah, it always reminds me, Nerdbark, of a classic American muscle car. If you look at like the old GTOs or the old Dodge Demons, that sort of thing, it has a real similar line to those classic 70s muscle cars in particular. Sorry, Pontiac GTO, duh. What did I say? Did I say dodge? Alright, so there we are. Fairly stable on the radial, fairly stable at 8,000. Oh, you know what? I'm an idiot. That number in the lower left is not DME at all. I've gotten used to where the DME is in the DC6. That is not DME at all. DME is over here. 1.3, 1.2, yeah, we're just about passing over Concord. And you can see the navigation flag has gone off. So I'm going to go ahead and turn to that 246. Go ahead and pop the arrow up there as well. Yeah, I did a bunch of test flights in that DC6. I've almost got comfortable. I've been experiencing, unfortunately, I hate to say this, been experiencing some sim glitches with it. But I think I've figured out that it might be, as weird as this sounds, a scenery mod conflicting with it that's been causing the issues I've been having. And if I get that conclusively sorted out, I'll be flying it for you on stream real soon. I was hoping to kind of maybe pop on and surprise you guys today, but I just didn't. Was still kind of investigating the control freezing issues. But we'll be flying that thing on stream for you real soon, guys. Alright, so now outbound from Concord, and the DME is over on the right now. 3.5 and counting out from Concord. And I'm going to scooch over to the right. Again, we need to get kind of... Now, at this point, I can't just bump the arrow till it centers, because I have to fly, in order to be on this airway, this Victor 93, I have to be on this 246. So I can't change that and just fly to whatever. I've got to be on that 246. So I'm going to leave that arrow where it is now. I have yet to complete one in the DC6. I have completed one Iowa Scotsman, exactly one. I've started about 9 or 10. And I've completed one. And that's not because I crashed or whatever else. It's because the issue that I'm having with the controls happens when I arrive at cruise. So it's that scenario, the arrival at cruise, that I've been testing over and over again. The landing was actually pretty good. Is it going to be the new Douglas Overseas aircraft? Now, we're going to finish Douglas Overseas in the DC-3. That's where we started it. That's where we're going to finish it. Alright, so now. Temps and pressures all good. Stable at 8,000. Stable more or less on radial. I'm going to go ahead and hand the aviating over to auto. Autopilot on. Altitude mode on. Nav mode on. Alright, auto's got it. Let's figure out what our next navigation step is. 246 for 41 miles. We see the total distance of this leg is in the white box there, 41. So that means at 20 and a half is when we'd switch over. And then we'll be inbound to Keene. I should actually have 109.4 set in the standby just to be ahead of the game here, which I don't, but we'll go ahead and do that now. Actually, maybe I did. Yeah, I already did. Did that when we were on the ground. Good. I am pretending to be a good pilot today. Except that I don't know where my DME gauge is. Iowa says I don't even make it to cruise. I change something and the plane gets out of control. Yeah, I don't know. Now you have to really manage the engines by the book, because they will burn on you if you're not watching those numbers very, very carefully. And cow flat management is crucial in that plane, I'll tell you. But the one flight that I did complete because I figured out how to avoid sim glitches, I felt pretty comfortable. I followed all the tutorials that Robert Andazzo put up on the PNDG YouTube channel, and it handled more or less right by the numbers that he recommended and worked out pretty well. And I put it down more or less on center line on aiming blocks, on V approach and VRF, and hand flew. I did use an LDA approach, so I did have guidance, but I did hand fly it, and was able to set it down. Set it down slightly firm. You know, wouldn't have been my most buttery landing, but certainly not like horrifyingly firm. Just just on the firmer side of normal, I guess you'd say. So fingers crossed I'll be able to replicate that for you once we get flying it on stream. My target is to do that 1 week from tonight. I was hoping to maybe get ahead of that target and get it on over this weekend for you, but our target is still to fly that DC-6 for you. 1 week from tonight, on next Monday the 12th. Moo Wet is here. He says the DME readout is below the nav frequency. Yeah, it is. And the funny thing is about it, it rounds to the nearest whole mile, even though this one goes to the 10th of a mile. So 15.6, for whatever reason, displays here as 16.0. And you'll see that it still says 16.0 until that Bendix-like box gets up to 16.5, and now that'll switch immediately to 17.0. Boom. So it is there, but it's not. It's got a little bit of a bug in it. But there's the correct DME readout is over there on the right. Alright, and then so once we switch over, we get 20.5 miles, and we can switch a little bit early. It takes a mile or two to make the transition, so we don't have to do it exactly at 20.5000. We can, just as we approach 20 miles, we'll go ahead and make that switch. And then after Keene, it's a looks like it's a 238, south and west, and then Chester, we make this nice 90-degree turn. And then we've got I'll show you how to make this transition here. We don't have a DME reference for this point. This is just an intercept, Victor 146 to Victor 487 with no point in the middle. So we'll show you how to do that here coming up in just a bit. Alright, where were we? We were 20 point, okay, so we're pretty much at the halfway point there, 20.5. Let's go ahead and center up the heading bug. And flip it into heading mode. Now we can swap radios without changing our direction. Okay, so this is the Keene VOR on 109.4. And looks like we're a couple degrees off, but sometimes these radials, they don't line up exactly. We need to be on a 065. It is actually a few degrees off from what we were navigating. 065, and that's going to be a 245. So, is that there? That's hard to see. So 245 is there. Yeah, so I guess it's there, and we just need to correct a little bit to the right. It's okay. Slant alpha navigation is inherently imprecise, guys. So we'll just use the heading bug to kind of scooch us back over. We could just pop it into nav mode. The aircraft will go into a pretty severe right bank and then a pretty severe left bank to get back on there. I just prefer just to manually manage that by the heading bug, just to make a little bit more of a gentle correction over back onto that airway. Maxa Relaxa with the follow. I love that Twitch handle. That is awesome. Maxa Relaxa. We hope to have a nice, chill couple of flights here for you. As much as the briefing and preparation for this flight was a little bit on the intense side, hopefully that's a nice, chill flight. Alright, so as we come up on Keene, we ought to go ahead and tune the next one down the line just to be ahead of the game. So that's on 115.1, the frequency here. So we'll go ahead and get that preset. Again, pretending that we're good pilots, we will stay as many steps ahead of the aircraft as our limited abilities permit. 115.1. So there we go. 115. 1. Okay, so now we're not going to swap that in right yet. We're just going to have that set in the standby, ready to go. All right, I'm going to correct probably 5 or 6 more degrees to the right. And again, I think we've got a crosswind, I think, pushing us to the left. So we got to put in a little bit more of an aggressive correction to get back over onto that airway. The danger in doing it this way, instead of just popping it into nav mode and letting the autopilot shake it out for you, the danger in doing it this way is that you'll forget that you're in heading mode, and you'll stop paying attention to that needle, and you'll just keep going off westbound into oblivion. And believe me, that's happened to us, I won't say how many times. A few. So just to kind of give you a diagram of what has happened. So we, for whatever reason, we wound up a little left of course coming down here. At the point where we switched over from being outbound Concord to inbound Keene, we are now correcting to the right to try and intercept and then get back on that. But if you aren't careful, then you stay on that intercept heading and get way off course down here at the bottom. So we just have to watch that as we make this correction here, that we then re-intercept the line once we hit it. And we have passed it. We've passed it slightly. So just in the time it took me to tell you what can happen, it happened. Twisted Pirate says, what state are we in? We are in New England, which is not a state. We are somewhere, Concord, New Hampshire, I think, possibly. And then Saratoga County is Saratoga Springs, New York. Yeah, and we're only 7 miles from that Keene VOR. Keene is also New Hampshire, I believe. Keene was one of the stops in one of the earlier IFR training flights. I believe that was in New Hampshire. What was and is, I don't think it's changed. So we're kind of zigzagging all over there. You know what I'm going to do at this point? I'm going to go ahead and let Otto do the... Otto's going to do a better job at the correction than I was, that I have been doing, so we'll just let him have it. And Dalmasant, or is that Dalmason T? Regardless of how you'd like it said, we do welcome you aboard and hope that you enjoy. Let's go ahead and get ready for our next navigation step here. So as we get to... Okay, we already did Concord. We're passing over Keene, so it's a very minor. It's a 065 to a 238. So a 245 is what we're on now, tracking now, and then a 238 on the other side. So very slight left turn that we'll be prepared for. Again, so there's 245 is set on the arrow, but 238 is now set there. So a very, very slight left turn as we pass by the VOR, which is 3.3 miles away. This, by the way, is our hourly fuel flow. That's what I was looking at earlier, thinking it was the DME. So that changes if I move the throttles. But notice that we do have the fuel endurance. So that tells us how many gallons it's going to take to our destination, and that's based on I guess the GPS. I'm not sure how it calculates destination in that sense. But that just tells us how many hours and minutes of fuel we have at this fuel consumption level. All right, 1.4, 1.3. I mean, it's not going to count all the way down to 0. We're just about a mile above it. So 1.0 is roughly about as close as we're going to get there. Okay, yeah, you can see it flipped over. Let's go ahead and get into heading mode. We'll let auto actuate that left turn for us. We'll reset the arrow to 236. what was it, 238? Oh, oh, okay, there's 238. As it comes back into center, we'll grab it with nav mode. There we go. Much better managed transition that time. Alright, what's next, guys? What's next is the undocumented checklist item. Captain Scientist re-upping his subscription. Thank you so much for that. Guys, we appreciate your generous support of the channel. The Furry Co-Pilot has been reminding you, and if you are new to the channel, we do have 2 concurrent raffles that we run on this channel. One that you can enter by cashing in those Twitch Alphabets points, those channel points. Bottom of the chat panel, 1,000 for 1 entry, 5,000 for 6 entries. The other one is entered by virtue of having the closest prediction to the vertical descent rate upon touchdown at any of the landings we perform on stream for you. So we'll talk about that when we get closer to our destination here. But it is your generous support in the form of those subscriptions, donations, cheer bits, and merchandise sales that helps us to provide the prizes for that stuff. Oh, Aviator, I owe you a raffle ticket. I'll put that in probably once we get down. We're not doing that drawing until the end of July, so you don't have to worry. I'll get it into the fishbowl for you. But the prizes for those raffles that we're going to pull the winners for at our July 30th stream, they each get their own choice of any of these merch items here: the black Slant Alpha t-shirts, or the white trucker cap with the Slant Alpha logo, or the mouse pad, or the ever coveted coffee mug. If you don't want any of my crap, that's fine too. You're more than welcome to choose instead an Amazon gift card or an Xplane.org store gift card in the value of $25. Alright, so we are, like I said, we're south and west of the Keene VOR, and I don't think I saw this is a 42-mile leg. So 42 there, that means 21 miles out is when we transition from going outbound of Keene to inbound to Chester. Occasionally, guys, you'll see markings that will indicate a switch over at a different point than halfway. We do not see those markings here, so we just take the 42, we cut it in half. That's where we make our switch over point. Excuse me. I'm going to play with the stopwatch over here. We're going to need the stopwatch when we get to the approach. No, I don't know how to work it. Okay, there we go. Just keep hitting buttons until something good happens. That's what we do. That's exactly what you want your pilot to say, right? Oh, other furry co-pilot, Mr. Moz. And if those of you who missed the beginning of the stream, there's our furry co-pilot. Moz is the one that's currently sniffing around my ankles right now. So 13. Let's once we can, okay, so we got a little ways. Once we're west of Cambridge, and we really probably should start thinking about top of descent. We're going to be told to cross 3,800 there, so we'll probably be told to cross Cambridge at or above maybe 5,000. Alright, and we're only at 8, so So if we've got 3,000 to lose, and I like to use 3.5 miles, so that's 10 to 11 miles to make our descent from 8 to 5. So plenty of time, no rush to descent. Since I seem to have a moment, let's go ahead and get that raffle ticket taken care of for our friend the aviator. There we go. So again, this is a 42-mile leg. We're currently outbound south and west from Keene along this 238. In a moment, we're going to switch so that we're inbound on this, does that say 057 or 067? I think it says 067. Yeah. Probably 057. That would be 1 degree off from that one there. So inbound to Chester on a 057. 21 miles. Okay, we're close enough to the halfway point. We're only about a mile and a half from that switchover point. So we'll go ahead and center up the heading bug. Again, notice that the heading is a few degrees off from the track. That's presumably a wind correction. So we'll center up the heading bug to the direction we're pointing. Go ahead and pop it into heading mode. We'll swap the frequency in. We want to make sure that it does indeed say Chester, CTR. Okay, again, if you were doing this with the analog radios, you'd flip the identifier speaker on, you'd listen to the Morse code in this pattern here, but we have that display that says it's CTR, so we know we're tuned to the one we think we are. Inbound on a 057, which is a 237, so let's go ahead and get that set again. 1 degree off from where we, and we happen to be right on it, which is perfect. We'll go ahead and pop it into nav mode, and there we are. Let auto manage that for us. So now we're inbound to Chester, just again to kind of make sure everything is lining up the way we expect it to. So 19.6, 19.5. So we now are counting down inbound to Chester, and then the last thing to do is get the next VOR up the line preset so that we're 1 step ahead. So this is where we're going to have this kind of tricky transition to make. Cambridge 115.0 is the next one that we're going to need to tune. Have that preset here, 115.0. But also going to need to tune that down here in the nav too. Matter of fact, let's go ahead and start setting up for that, because what's going to happen is we are going to track north and west along this radial while we have this VOR station and radial dialed in on our nav too. So it's going to be set as though we're going to track that radial inbound. Now the gauge, VOR gauge, all right, is going to tell us we need to correct way to the left. So the needle's going to be way over here. Okay, because if we were tracking, north along that radial, and we're out here somewhere, then yes, we definitely do need to correct to the left before we get on that radial. So it's going to tell us we're correcting to the left. It doesn't know that we're following some other radial. It just knows that in relation to what we have dialed in on it, we need to correct way to the left before we go northbound. So we will be correcting left, but we will just happen to be correcting left along this segment here, if that makes any sense. It'll probably make more sense to you once you see me do it. And then this needle will work its way over to the center once we approach this intersection, and then once both the outbound is centered and the inbound is centered, that is how we'll know that we've hit our bullseye. And that's when we'll make our turn. It'll make more sense when you see it in action, guys, I promise. For right now, let's see, how far are we from Chester? We're 12.4, and we're going to need in a moment to be turning pretty radically here. We're going to be turning to a 319 outbound from Chester. So we're going to get that dialed into the heading bug. Now, since Since nav mode is what's active, let's double check that. Nav mode is indeed what's active, so we can change the heading bug without affecting anything. Let's go ahead and change the heading bug to our next term, which is a 319. So if that's a 320 there, that's a 319. Always try to be one step ahead of the aircraft. You know, like I said, if you're pretending to be a good pilot, then try to remain at least one step ahead. We'll make a spin through the engine gauges here, 22 and 22. Cylinder head temps are good. We're still 50 degrees rich, rich peak. Temps and pressure still in the green arcs, and we are heavier on the left-hand side than the right-hand side, so we'll go ahead and switch tanks. Yeah, see, it's telling us we need to correct to the left if we were heading northbound. I didn't dial. You know, one thing I need to do now, before I forget to do, is I need to dial the correct heading into that. What does that say, 203? So as we're proceeding northbound, we would subtract 180, that would be 023. So 10 and 20, 1, 2, 3. The other thing is they finally fixed the alignment of these gauges, guys, which is great. Because now, if you aren't good at adding or subtracting 180, then instead of having to take 203 and do the math and figure out that this is 023, to set to this one, you got an arrow down here at the bottom. You just set that to the outbound 203, and that works just as well. But these gauges were very off-centered up until the last Asobo update, so somebody else must have complained to them about that. Because I complained, I just didn't complain to them. But you'll notice even on the HSI here, the arrow here is set to 234 or 236, and you can see at the bottom it says 056. Should be a 5057, so it might still be a degree off. I might have just set a degree off. That's all right. We're almost at it now. Again, slant alpha navigation is inherently imprecise. It is kind of hard to read these gauges exactly to the degree. And in the real ones, they don't switch one full degree at a time. So the real ones are even more difficult to set precisely. But that's just the nature of slant alpha navigation. It's just your expected adherence to these airways is not quite as precise as it is if you're doing this by GPS. All right, so 319 is our outbound turn in 2.5 miles, but remember it's not going to count all the way down to 0 because we are over top of it by a mile or so. A little more than a mile, actually. And in all honesty, when you see that closing speed start to plummet, right, when you're no longer proceeding directly at it, okay, that's when we're starting to pass it, when the closing speed changes. All right, let's go ahead and pop it into heading mode. And we'll line up the arrow. It does lose nav tracking as you pass it with the VOR. You do lose nav tracking there. What do we say that was? A 319. Okay, let's just double check. Is that a 3? That's a 320 there, maybe. So there's a 319. It looks like I overshot. So I'm going to add 15 degrees just to get back on it. We can see it's starting to come back in. As it does, we'll get it back into nav mode. Throttle junkie wants a raffle ticket. We'll take care of that for you here in just a moment, sir. Getting rocked by some turbulence here. I will let Otto grab that radial for us, pop it back into nav mode. He's now tracking outbound. Now this is where we know, again, we know from SkyVector having plotted that it's approximately 27 miles. Without that, you know, we could measure it on the chart and figure it out where it is per scale if we were doing this on a paper chart. But we don't really have a marking on this chart to tell us that that's 27 miles. So at this point, we're just going to navigate until this comes into center. Remember, it's going to tell us to correct left because it's trying to get us onto this line. All right. Whoops. Ignore that. It's trying to get us onto this line here, which I'm still not drawing real straight. So we are correcting left, but we're just correcting left along this particular airway. So we got a ways to go. But once we intercept it, there we go. We'll turn north. Sorry about that. Talk about the imprecision there. My drawing is always very imprecise as well. Right, I'm going to go ahead and go ahead and center up the heading box there. Yeah, it is the wind, Undone. Thank you. It's the wind is blowing my drawing off course for sure. All right, Throttle Junkie wants himself a raffle ticket. Now remember, guys, we're not drawing that raffle. Not drawing that raffle until July 30th. So don't feel compelled to get all your entries in tonight, unless you don't plan on being back here between now and July 30th. Because if you save up those tickets, save up those Twitch alphabets points rather. Cash in 5,000 at a time. You get 6 entries for the price of 5.
Boston Center, Spirit Wings 223, flight level 180.
Oh my goodness. Somebody else is on 34.7 talking to Boston Center. Did Boston Center come online? Hey, Boston Center came online.
4701, Spirit Wings 223.
That's awesome.
Boston Center, good evening.
Well, I guess I remembered their frequency accurately.
Zero crossing through the northern part of your airspace.
514 Boston, welcome to the party.
Glad to be here.
All right.
Boston Center, November 45 X-ray Sierra, VFR 2100, just leaving the Boston airspace.
45 X-ray Sierra, Boston Center, I'll cede your discretion.
My discretion, 45 X-ray Sierra.
Maxa, I'll get to that. I got to check in with the controller here. I thought it was 34.7. I'm glad I got it right.
1632, we're out here on just the edge of your airspace, currently maneuvering to land in JFK.
Okay, if you're going to JFK, let me see who's on there. None of them appear to be on, so you get this frequency change approved. Have a good one.
Right.
Ring 223, run a contact over, almost over Roebuck.
We'll,
descend to the other Roebuck 3 arrival, runway 22 left, the Boston.
We'll give him a minute.
3003.
Send via robot.
We need the ATIS first. Maxa says no. There's there's not one for where we're going.
Good evening, Air Canada 465380.
So Max, the prediction at the descent. I do everything analog and old school on this channel. So the prediction at the destination is just type a number into the chat, positive or negative.
Boston Center, Canada 27.
We'll get those. We'll solicit those probably once we start the approach. And yeah, you just type a number. I have a little stats pop-up box that's going to tell us the actual, and we'll just scroll back through and see who was closest. Very easy.
Yeah, we just crossed Ruiz on the Roebuck 3 arrival, descending to 17,000.
Old school analog. That's pretty much how we do everything on this channel.
1393, I did.
I did, Delta 1393. Boston Center, good evening. Quebec Air 950 at flight level 290.
Remember, approximately 27 miles, but we also know that this is going to start coming into the center, and we also know that we need to be ready to turn to that 023 or whatever it is. So we'll go ahead and
Roger.
get that dialed up there so that it's ready to go.
3 arrival, runway 2 left transition, the altimeter 3003.
3003, descended to get the Roebuck 3 arrival, expect 22 left, Delta 1393.
Boston Center, Mooney 514 Delta Victor.
PTC Civil, flight of 412.
We got a couple people talking there. Couple people talking there. So we're 17 miles north and west of what? Chester VOR, I think.
Leaving the Bravo to the west, ready to service terminates, squawk VFR, frequency change approved.
Yeah, so we're going to be.
Squawk VFR, over to you.
We're going to call it 30 miles south of Cambridge.
Okay, West Jet 330 Boston, and welcome to the party.
Boston Center, Mooney 514 Delta Victor.
2514 Delta Victor.
I guess we're about 30 miles south of Cambridge VOR 8000. We're in the middle of a demo of the IFR 9. So you don't need to score us on what you didn't see, but yeah, coming up on 30 miles south of Cambridge at 8,000.
4 Delta Victor, squawk 4702.
4702, 54 Delta Victor. Seven 02.
Boston Center, Kier 8839. Bradley, working on the RNAV 15.
Okay, 8839 Boston, squawk 4703.
470.
And Jet 2720, cross news at flight level 270.
Cross news at flight level 270, Canada 2720.
So we're still waiting for our radar contact. And if we don't get that from them here in a moment.
Delta Victor, you're in a contact 30 miles to the southeast of Albany, and say your request again.
We're IFR to Saratoga on the Wings IFR 9, although I know that we're kind of doing that unofficially because you didn't see the beginning of it.
Okay, yeah, I can't score you on it, but I can keep you going if you want to practice that. The Albany altimeter is 2996.
2996, 54 Delta Victor, thanks. So, go ahead. Yeah, again, I felt like the altimeter was kind of off at the beginning, so we'll see. But we'll go with that. Okay, now we're coming up on 27, and we're also coming up on the point where that's starting to come in.
The RNAV 15.
And we'll anticipate the turn a little bit. You know, VORs move in pretty slowly, especially when you're further away from them, so we don't have to do a whole lot of turn anticipation. But we will turn it, we'll start the turn a little bit before that centers in. But again, we knew it would be about 27 miles. Or at least SkyVector knew that. We didn't necessarily, but SkyVector did.
Flying 170, just want to maintain 2,400 till established on the final approach course. Clear on average, my 15 approach. Sirius 39, flying 170, just want to maintain 2,500 till established on the final approach course. Cleared on average, my 15 approach.
Okay, so that's our intercept point. Yeah, or close to it. Close enough to it. We'll go ahead and pop it into heading mode. We're going to reset.
Information, Papa current at Boston, altimeter 3003.
115.0 and 0.
The ILS from my 22 left approach.
Oops, I didn't mean to change the heading bug. I meant to change the arrow. Now I got to remind myself what the course is for that. 023 is what it's supposed to be on.
Hey, press 540 at Boston Center, welcome. Air Canada 465, connect Montreal Center on...
Okay, so we did overshoot slightly. I'm going to move the... wait a minute. So there's 020 there. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Alright, so we are on it.
253, Boston, squawk 4704.
Alright, so back into nav mode we go.
4 Delta Victor, what was the, sorry about that, what was the wings flight one more time?
IFR number 9 to Saratoga, New York.
Roger.
Alright. So we are now northbound, headed toward Cambridge. We're going to then turn to, well, I tell you what, then our thing is to turn to a 293.
Pilot's discretion, maintain 4,000.
Pilot's discretion 4,000, 514 Delta Victor.
Carry 8839, wind 170 to 8.
Okay, so then we got 4,000. Figure we'll cross the VOR at 4,000, even though that's not what he said. But he said pilot's discretion of 4,000. Well, our discretion is we're going to cross the VOR at 4. So that's 4,000 feet to lose. I like to use 3.5 miles per 1,000. A little bit more of a conservative ratio. Most people say 3 per 1,000. I say 3.5. So 14 miles prior to the VOR, we'll go ahead and start descending. Even that's a little early yet, but that's okay. Let's go ahead and brief this approach, guys. It's the VOR Alpha. And by the way, let's go ahead and figure out what runway we're going to want there. We have a, let's look on SkyVector. Do we even have, yes, the closest reporting station is probably going to be Albany. Let's say 180 at 6. Bennington 200. So we're going to want a southbound runway. So what does that give us? Probably gives us 23. So we're going to circle. We're kind of going to make a right downwind to 23. We're going to break off here and then a right downwind to 23. We'll let them know we got the weather. And we'll let them know that we want that VOR DME Alpha to Saratoga.
Boston Center, good evening. Lufthansa 498 heavy.
Lufthansa 498 Boston Center, good evening. Say altitude.
280.
Thank you.
Well, we also, since we didn't leave, he said pilot's discretion to 4, and we decided to stay at 8 for a little bit. We also need to let them know when we decide to leave 8 for 4. So we'll do that. So we'll do that all. We'll do that all at once. 14 miles. We'll leave 8 for 4. We'll let them know, and we'll also tell them that we've got the weather at Laconia, at Saratoga, and we want that VOR DME Alpha.
I think you're also flying the full right transition. Turn right heading 080 to try to maintain 8,000.
And the missed approach is also that 293. So we don't have a separate nav aid that's in for the.
320 vectors the final.
514 Delta Victor, Roger. We're requesting the full approach from Cambridge if available.
Alright, Roger, I'll give you that.
Roger, we do have the weather at Saratoga and requesting the VOR DME Alpha.
4 Delta Victor, clear direct Cambridge, cross Cambridge at or above 3,800 and clear to VOR DME Alpha Saratoga.
Okay, Cambridge at or above 3,800, clear for the VOR DME Alpha, 514 Delta Victor. So again, even though he knows we're doing the wings 9, we have to kind of remind him what we need for that. Okay, so there's 14 miles. We kind of talked to him about what we wanted and needed. So let's go ahead and turn the
feet for Delta 1393, correct?
autopilot off. Keep the RPMs at.
You can just descend to Delta 1393, just maintain 7,000 then.
Keep the RPMs at 22 to drop the.
Clearing 223, turn left heading 060.
Drop the manifold pressure to 15. Let's do a little bit more of a gentle descent here. Direct Cambridge means we still need to be tracking that way. All right, so again, let's do kind of like I said, a full briefing here. 115.0113, and we know it's 293 on the outbound side, which is also the feeder leg. So this is all kind of the same thing, 293 and 113, even for the missed approach as well. So it makes tuning real simple. Everything tunes to the same.
Sorry if I keep forgetting your call.
Missed approach, if we do go miss there, 2,000, and then climbing right turn 3,000, heading 330, and Cambridge, again, joining that 293. So a right turn if we go missed. Through 2,000, then 3,000. We talked about the weather. Looks like if we land 2-3, we're going to roll long and turn left. That'll be our parking area. And we know it's the wind coming out of the south. And closest cloud cover that we have, let's see what we have here.
Roger.
Closest cloud cover information that we have. Few at 4,800, so we should be okay as far as visibility goes. What's Bennington saying? Scattered at 8,500.
To the GA parking off of Juliet or off of Echo?
So we've gotten a little bit off of the VOR here.
Sierra, Charlie, Romeo, Juliet, cross runway 6.
A little bit off the VOR, so I'm going to get back over onto that that inbound radio for Cambridge.
Actually, 839, I see that other taxiway there. You can taxi the ramp via Sierra, Juliet.
8.3 miles from Cambridge. And then our next is going to be that 293. So I'm going to actually set the heading bug to 293, because that's what we're turning to. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. But I'm going to set the arrow to 113 because that'll make it easier for us to keep track of where we are. Chili Willie's with the follow. Chili Willie's, how are you? Haven't seen you around in a little while, but good to see you.
128.77, thanks for your help, Fort Charlie, Juliet.
Pull the manifold pressure down just a little bit more. Keep the RPMs up to 22. Yeah, man, we're practicing the Boston Virtual ARTCC wings over New England flights. We're doing IFR number 9, so we're just about to start the VOR Alpha circling approach into Saratoga Springs, Saratoga County, New York. That's what we're doing. To those of you playing along at home, this is the home board game here. Starting to spend some time around simulators again. Good, man. Welcome back. I'm still going to pull some more power out here.
Anyone else, Amos?
Alright, so we're back on the radial. I give a general right turn to re-intercept it, but we're only 2.7 miles from it, so we're going to get ready to bang this left turn. Now, we were told to cross that VOR at or above 3,800, and we're above. There's 5,800, so we got an extra 2,000 feet to lose, but that's okay. We can continue to lose that altitude while we're on this feeder leg outbound. So we're passing over the VOR now. I'm going to go ahead and spin the arrow up in the inbound course side, and we're just going to fly the arrow on the outbound course side. Continuing to slow the aircraft. Did I cut the turn that short? I guess it probably did. So we'll crank back out to the right here. Yeah, there we go. Now it's coming in.
Sterling 223, turn left heading 360 to center maintain 5,000.
Alright, remember, we're going 27.3 miles out to Gila. So we are not in a huge hurry to get down to that 3,800.
1393.
There's 4,800 that coming at you. Chili says, I usually just fly the X-Cub when I fly GA, but considering the Just Flight Warrior, I've heard good things. I've always heard good things about all things Just Flight. Let me just double check here real quick that I've got the radial set. It should be 113, and there's so there's 110, 1, 2, 3. Okay, so I am a little bit off. Keep a little bit of a descent going here. Course correction. Of course, you don't have to hand fly these. You can use your nav mode. I just always like to hand fly for the extra challenge.
At a 448, Boston departure, radar contact, climb maintain 1, correction, climb maintain, funnel 340.
Well, the good news is, now that we have a Boston Center controller, we'll hear exactly how the communications are going to go as he clears us to the non-towered airport. He'll release us from his frequency change approved. We'll switch back to 22.8, which we already have in the standby over there, although I think I bumped it to 805, so we'll fix that. No, I'm not trying to turn it. Oops. Is there another add-on you like more for this kind of thing? Well, I love this moon. This is the Carenado Mooney Ovation, and you know, as much as folks have mixed opinions about Carenado, the fact that I don't use the Garmin means that I think I avoid most of its problems.
Down to 5,000, 010, that's 39.
And remember, we're going 27.3 out to this point, that Gila. So again, we got plenty of time to get out to that point.
Maintain funnel 340.
Maintain 340, my bad, didn't get that 5,000 altitude restriction.
And,
that's what it means. On the chart.
Boston Center, low United 604, we're
okay, well so we're leveling out. We'll add some power back in.
That is 604 Boston departure, radar contact, climb and maintain 1-2000.
Up to 1212.
Well, Chile, I don't know that. So Chile says I'd never fly their planes at P3D or over A2A. No, I agree with you. But the fact that the analog gauges all work perfectly in this plane.
WestJet 514, contact Moncton Center 132.2.
Over to Moncton, WestJet 514, thank you for receipt.
So the fact that I do all this kind of stuff with only the analog gauges means...
Aero 2720, just be advised your last assigned altitude was flight level 230. But descend via the Robux 3 arrival, runway 22 left, the altimeter is 3003.
Altimeter 3003, Robux 3 arrival for 22 left. I'm descending via the arrival. I'm descending down to Banky at 16,000 feet.
Yeah, that was my point. Your last assigned altitude was flight level 230, so you should have been at flight level 230, but it's fine.
Yeah, if you're not told to descend via the arrival, you can't descend via the arrival yet. Chile says Microsoft Flight Sim is arguably a place for new beginnings. I don't know. I think that that Carenado still focuses on what they focus on. I don't know that it's changed.
Delta 1393 heading 340 to center maintain 3000.
Okay.
340 and down to 3,000.
Now let's refresh what's going to happen here. We've still got a little ways to go. We're going 27 miles out. Then
310, 2,000.
we're going to continue to track this outbound. We're going to turn to 248. We're going to fly for 1 minute. We're going to make a 180-degree right turn to 068. We're going to re-intercept this course, and then we'll be inbound toward the airport at that point. We do have to remain within 10 miles of that turnaround point. I didn't catch it in the screen snip, but it says here at the bottom, remain within 10 miles. So 27.3. I figure we're going to go another 6. That'll be out to about 33. That's where we'll start the turn. And then as we do the turn, we're probably going to be tracking about 120 knots. We're going to go 1 minute. That's going to be another 2 miles then. So if that's 6, that'll put us at 8 and change. So that way we'll be within 10 even after we make the turn out to the outside.
Speed 210, Delta 1393.
Alright, so our adherence to the radial is pretty good. I'm going to correct slightly to the right. Our adherence to altitude, again, at or above 3,800, and we're about 150 feet above. 150 of bonus feet there for you. I aim to please after all.
Fairwing 223, turn left heading 250, John the localizer.
250 localizer, Fairwing 223.
Canada Air 2720, expect to be ILS runway 22 left approach.
Expect ILS 22 left.
Had to double check that again, guys. Yeah, I guess that's 113. I still think there might be a slight miscalibration on that gauge. It doesn't quite line up top to bottom like it should. You do get more performance the less displays you're running. As far as like the, not having the GPS moving map, you mean? I don't know how many FPS I save in that. I'm still running that display, it's just not changing. So I don't really know. But yeah, I'm happy with the way the plane flies. I'm happy with the sim for the most parts. Obviously, we know that there's lots of different little bugs with the default planes, but default planes have always been default planes. I think folks that expect default planes to work perfectly are just, they're just too used to their payware add-ons. That's my opinion.
Cargo 250 degrees of airspace to the west, near RPS flow is where the surface terminating frequency change approved.
Switching to EDCOM frequency for the 1253 heavy, good day.
Goodbye.
We're 16.9. You guys, you can't see the DME reading. You might be able to see the one on the Garmin. I think that might be behind my head also. But I'll keep account for you. 17.2. As soon as we get established inbound, guys, you can start putting your descent rate predictions in or landing rate predictions in. So hold off on those for now. As soon as we're pointed toward the airport, you guys can start doing that. G-Nice says I agree with you 100%. I think it's a gorgeous sim, man.
223, connect Boston Tower 128.8. Good day.
128.8, good day. Thank you for your service, man.
The Flying Iron Spitfire is probably my favorite so far to fly without a GPS. Well, flying without a GPS is almost always what you see on this channel. And for me, it's the Douglas DC-3. Right now, it's the AeroWorks Freeware Douglas DC-3. It's actually a C-47 Skytrain. There are some minor differences between a C-47 and a DC-3, but all intents and purposes, it's a DC-3, and that's the version we fly. We don't have a DC-3 out for Microsoft Flight Sim yet, at least not one that I've seen. Waiting for the one from Aeroplane Heaven that looks spectacular, model-wise, but obviously we need to know how it flies. But I don't think it's, I haven't heard anything about release on that yet, so.
Alpha 1393, turn left heading 290.
But yeah, mostly on this channel, slant alpha means that you're flying all through radio navigation only, for those that don't know.
Boston Center, you're not at 448.
Not at 448.
Roger, I'm going to be having an issue with,
Them's My Shoes is here. Yep, that is excellent.
Can I proceed direct Emma?
Joey Freshwater says, I've been doing some slant alpha with the DC-6 in Alaska. Very cool, Joey. We were talking earlier. I almost popped on and surprised you guys earlier today with a flight in that thing. I'm still working out one sim glitch that may be a conflict with one of my scenery add-ons, oddly enough. But I'm close. Our target is to fly that 1 week from today for you guys on stream. I think we'll be okay with that. I might, if I get the little glitch sorted out, we'll do it a little earlier. But as of today, I was able to successfully complete one flight, and I believe I know how to replicate that. I'm just trying to isolate the cause a little bit better, so not 100% comfortable in saying I can fly it on stream for you, but very, very close. 22.2 is the DME. We're going to 27.3, and then again, we're really going to just keep tracking that straight out to probably about 32 and 32 to 33 before we start that procedure turn. Still at 3,800, and then in the procedure turn, we keep 3,800. Once we're established on the inbound, we can get down to 2,500 at 27.3.
3 miles from Vocus, clear ILS runway 22 left approach.
And then listen out for the comms, guys. He's going to basically, once we're inbound on that approach, he's going to basically tell us, no traffic observed, or if there is other traffic, he'll let us know. He'll say, report missed or on the ground this frequency change advisory is approved. That's basically his way of saying, I've done all I can for you. You're now on 122.8 to coordinate with anybody else that's using that airport.
Altitude 290, JetBlue 124.
That is 604, the Bradley altimeter 3002.
Exponent Mage says, do you think VORs are going to be turned off permanently? There's lots of stories and rumors on this topic. Well, at least in the U.S., they seem to be decommissioned at a pretty regular rate. Still lots of them in existence. I do think still that there's enough older GA planes out there without GPSs. Of course, you can get a handheld GPS. So, I mean, it's not like, that a GPS or, a slant golf equipment, RNAV equipment is that hard to come by anymore. The one thing I do think will still exist for a while will be ILS approaches, because you can fly them with much more precision for right now than you can GPS-based approaches. But I do think the more GPS becomes the norm, the more it will be seen as senseless waste of money to maintain all these antennas and transmitters and all that stuff, and the electricity to run them.
Boston Center, King Air 816 move Papa Rangeley Main, IFR to Providence, request clearance.
Yeah, I think it'll be a while. So to Chili's point, I think it'll be a while before they're completely gone. But they do seem to be shutting them off, with a fair amount of regularity these days. Kyle says, I was wondering if you've got a good way to generate flight plans for Slant Alpha and Slant Whiskey aircraft. I have a tutorial over on my YouTube channel. Check that out, Kyle. It's more applicable to Slant Whiskey, but the same concepts can be applied to Slant Alpha. 27.3, so we now have passed that point Gila. We are now outbound from Gila. We're going to be going to about 32 to 33 miles, and then we're going to go ahead and start that procedure turn.
Oh, Bravo 0, I'm typing in. Oh, that's why it's not working. Okay, I'll get that in just a second. Yeah, I do that too.
No, I just picked up that FlyJSim 737. Yes, you will have trouble, Kyle. I do talk through my process on that tutorial, and as a matter of fact, I fly the FlyJSim 727. So I do talk through the process on that tutorial, and yes, it is difficult, but not yet impossible. Getting there. Definitely along that same topic. Oh, Speednut has some FAA information about this question. We'll check that out here coming up in a little bit. All right, we're 30.0. I'm gonna run it out another 2 miles. 32 is when we'll start the procedure turn. And the procedure is a 248, so just a couple degrees left of 250. And we'll start the stopwatch for 1 minute. It's a presentation. I will definitely be skimming through that later, Speed. Now, thank you very much for that, by the way. $31.4, 31.5. We get the 32. We'll go ahead and shoot to that. The TLDR is we're probably going to have a minimum of viable VORs for at least 15 years. Yeah, that sounds pretty reasonable. All right, so 32.2. We'll go ahead and start this procedure turn. Again, the chart says it's a 248. And I got to keep it at 38 until I'm established on that inbound. Just overshot just a little bit. I'm going to go ahead and start the stopwatch over here. Get back up on that 3,800 assigned altitude, or yeah, published altitude. Should be a degree or two left of 2.5. There we go. Bear with me, guys, as I am hand flying this approach, and I will catch up with the conversation as best as I can, probably once we get on the ground. In the meantime, once I am established on that inbound course, will be your cue to start putting in some predictions for the descent rate upon touchdown. Notice that, okay, there's 1 minute.
Boston Center.
Notice that the VOR radial is not offset by that much. It's because we're so far out from it. A lot of VOR approaches are conducted very close to the VOR. The VOR and the airport are nearly the same place. This is an unusual one where the VOR is 34 miles away right now.
I'm sorry.
So,
Boston Tower, it's online. Sorry.
Yeah, just contact him. Have a good night.
Night.
so that radial doesn't offset that far during the course of the procedure turn. So inbound on a 068 to rejoin, and then almost back on it. So we'll just fly that 113. I got to double check that we're set on a 113. It's the alignment, I think, is still a little funky where you have to check. And then we'll go ahead and start pulling power down too. RPMs got faster. I'm increasing the RPMs,
Are you with me?
but pulling the power down just a little bit. Okay, so we're back on that course now. All right, you guys can start putting in your predictions in terms of the descent rates, feet per minute. Okay, we can descend to 2,500 now, by the way.
Boston Center, Southwest 1488, with the flight level 370.
Don't need to use a bot command, just
1488,
just a number, positive or negative, in terms, yeah, and in the chat's fine, just like SpeedNut did it. Don't have to put the minus sign even, definitely no bot command required. We're guessing the vertical descent rate at the moment the wheels touch in terms of feet per minute. We've got a little pop-up that hopefully, if it's operating properly, it is on.
We're 514 Delta Victor, will this be a full stop?
5-4 Delta Victor, affirmative, full stop.
4 Delta Victor, no traffic observed between you and the field. You can call your IFR cancellation in the air or on the ground on this frequency. Change to advisory frequency approved.
Alright, so we'll call you missed or IFR canceled on this frequency, and frequency change of advisories approved, 5-4 Delta Victor. Alright, so we got some stuff going on. We got Warland with the follow there. Again, guys, predictions of the vertical descent rate in terms of feet per minute the moment the wheels touch. We go to 2,500 feet by 27.3 DME. We're at 30.6, so I'm going to have to level it here at 2,500. Normally, when you level it, you add power. I'm not adding power because I want speed to fall off. I want to go ahead and get that first notch of flaps out, so we got to let the speed fall off here under that white arc. First notch of flaps now out. Now we'll add a little power to counteract that additional drag and kind of keep it right there at about 100 knots. There you go. Again, so the winner of the most accurate prediction It's their entry into our monthly raffle, and we'll pull the winner on July 30th. Slant out for merchandise up for grabs. If you don't want my stuff, though, that's fine too. A $25 gift card either to Amazon or xplan.org store is also available. So, plenty of prizes regardless of what you fancy there. All right, 2,500. We're still tracking inbound on that radial. And at 27.3, we'll make a Unicom call. It's 28.1, so we're getting close to that, and then we'll descend. Circling minimums are 1,260. We'll call it 1,300. And the field elevation's 434, so we might even just do 1,400 just to kind of be at a better pattern altitude. Again, we're going to circle to the runway 23. So I'm going to change the heading bug around to 23, so we have a good reference for the runway heading, or at least, you know, approximation of the runway heading. So there's 27.2. Okay. Saratoga traffic, Mooney 514 Delta Victor is inbound on VOR DME Alpha at Point Gila, 2,500 descending. We're going to be circling right downwind to runway 23, Saratoga. Some power down, maintain 100 knots. Again, we can go down to we can go down to 1260, but we're just going to call it 1400 to be at pattern altitude. You see the airport up here to the left. Keep those predictions coming, guys. Again, it's just a number, positive or negative, into the chat. See, we'll go ahead and get we've got a little bit more fuel in the right tank than the left, so we'll go ahead and switch over. Yeah, I know the gear's not out yet. I'm going to get gear deployed here in just a moment. Let's see, I've got the heading bug set to the runway heading for runway 23, or at least approximation of it. I got it set to 230, so we know the runway heading is probably plus or minus 5 from that. Then that'll help us figure out. We've got some terrain on that side. We're going to be a little careful there. Alright, so now I'm ignoring the yellow arrow and I'm doing just the heading bug. Oh, there's 1,400, so there's 1,000 feet above field elevation. So there's our right downwind. We're beam the numbers, so we'll kind of keep power out and start descending more. Go ahead and get gear and flaps 2. Saratoga traffic, Mooney 514 Delta Victor's right downwind, just past the numbers for runway 23, Saratoga. Got some up trim and some power. Alright, flaps 3, and yeah, there we go. Again, it's going to be a long roll and a left-hand turnoff if we make it down successfully. And again, the missed approach is 3,000 kind of out to the right and then back to that VOR, back to that radial rather. Getting a little slow. Let's add some power. A little high, actually. Gears down in green. Flaps are set and checked. I think we're okay. Yeah, there we go. Some red lights. There we are. Aiming for 75 down final and 70 over the numbers, so we're pretty good on speed. Last call for those predictions. Nerd Bark with the last one in as it stands right now. Them's My Shoes will have the last one at 111. Alright, there we go. Talk about the results in just a moment, guys. We're going to roll it long and turn left, like I said. Yeah, I guess that's where we're going. So we'll get clear and clean, and then we'll make our Unicom call here. And then we'll switch back over and cancel IFR with Boston. Alright, flaps can be stowed. I don't think I ever did the lights and stuff. So the lights are still set for ground. Yeah, I never did. As I took the runway back at the beginning, strobe light should have come on, recognition and landing light should have come on, taxi light would have come off, taxi light would come back on as we got landing clearance, and now that we're off the runway, strobe, recognition, and landing lights can come back off. And flaps are stowed, and pitot heat would come off at this point as well if I had remembered to turn it on. Saratoga traffic, Mooney 514 Delta Victor, clear runway 23 Saratoga. So we'll taxi in, we'll go ahead and switch back over to Boston. Boston Center, Mooney 514 Delta Victor is on the ground, Saratoga, cancel IFR.
514 Delta Victor, IFR cancellation received. Have a good night.
We'll talk to you in a couple, 514 Delta Victor. All right. So we will need to see who our big winner is with the winning number of 81, guys, 81.
Okay, there, 2720, you're 1 mile from, actually 5 miles from Vocus, Clit Islands, runway 22 left approach.
Is this where we're going to park for now? Yeah, I guess this is really the only building that Microsoft Flight Sim believes is on the property here.
Okay,
So
there, 2720, you're 1 mile from Wayne, Clit Islands, runway 22 left approach.
So you guys can help me figure out who the winner is here. We'll scroll through and compare notes here in just a moment.
230.
230 Southwest 1488.
Guess there's a door here where we can run in and use the facilities. So we'll get the plane stopped. Parking brake on. Taxi light can come off. All right, so not too bad for only forgetting to set the lights at the beginning. That's not too bad. All right, where were the guesses? So slant whiskey basically, G-Nice, is slant alpha, but with reduced vertical separation, minimum airspace. So that means, in VATSIM terms, it means that you are in a plane that can fly at flight level 290 or higher. There's a little bit more to it than that in the real world, but for VATSIM purposes, RVSM is from 29,000 to 41,000, and if you're flying in there, you need extra certification. So yeah, it's basically VOR navigation, but high and fast. And best done with whiskey as well. So in 81 being the best number, Captain Scientist was 8 away. Is there anybody else that was closer? 113.65
Tower 128.8.
would have to be 73 to beat it on the bottom end, right? So Undone missed it by 1 there. 93. on the top. 76. Ooh, 76 might be the best one then. Nerdbark with the 5 away. Yep, that's going to be it, right? Am I missing anybody? Nerdbark's the winner. 5 away with the 76. We hit it with the 81. So Nerdbark gets his entry into the monthly landing rate raffle. I'm going to go ahead and jot it down here. What is this place called? 5 Bravo something. 5 Bravo 0? What is it? 5 Bravo 5? 5 Bravo 2. On 7-5. So Nerdbark, if your winning ticket is drawn, you'll know exactly which landing it was that you accurately predicted. So congrats on that. We'll get the predictions for the next one as we get on approach for our second destination. I am going to take a quick break out of the cockpit. No, we've got one more leg to do there, Chile. So our second leg is Boston Virtual ARTCC's Wings Over New England, flight number 10, IFR 10. Let's go back to the flights index, and we'll come up here to IFR 10, and this is the one that we're doing. 5 Bravo 2 to EWB. Oh, wait a minute, you said K-Bed. I forget what that is. I don't know. I have no idea whether we did that one already or not. I can't remember. Been a while since we've done one of these, as a matter of fact. But anyway, you guys can start reading through this briefing here if you want to. I will go over it with you when we get back. I'm going to take a quick break out of the cockpit, do a little bit of liquid recycling, visit the facilities over here to our left. We're going to see if we can bribe somebody to let us in and let us use the facilities. Go grab another Red Bull probably too. So yeah, sit tight, guys. Enjoy the view. I'll give you a nice view of the airport. I don't know if there's much activity going on here, but at least you can check out the beautiful view of the airport and listen to the activity going on the channel there while we take a quick break. More flying left to do, folks, so don't go too far. We'll be back with you in just a couple.
Air Canada 604, contact Montreal Center 128.77. Good night. Air Canada 604, Montreal Center 128.77. Good night.
Montreal Center 128.77. Air Canada 604.
.com 926 Boston Center, climb maintain, flight level 210. Southwest 1448, descend via the Roebuck 3 arrival, runway 22 left transition, Boston altimeter, it's somewhere here, 3004.
Descend via the Roebuck 3 arrival, runway 22 left transition, altimeter 3004, Southwest 1488.
.com 926, leaving 17000, clear direct Roebuck.
Leading 17000, clear direct Roebuck. .com 926.
Alright guys, back with you.
Time 604, the Newark altimeter 2999er.
2999er, 604.
Alright, let's take a look at wings 10, guys. 5 Bravo 2 to New Bedford, EWB.
6412, set up house discretion, maintain flight level 240.
This is going to be the localizer back course. This is the localizer back courses are always fun.
Actually, yeah, sorry about that. You're on the wounds arrival there. You can remain on your
Now, they've got 3 different recommended procedures. You can file IFR, depart VFR, then request a clearance once you're in the air. You can fly the obstacle departure procedure, or you can fly the obstacle departure procedure but using climb and visual conditions, and we would have to depart runway 32. I think what we'll do is we'll depart 23, since that seemed to be the most favorable with wind conditions. But that means we'll fly the obstacle departure procedure. So we'll have to look up the obstacle departure procedure out of Saratoga, and then we'll be ready with that localizer back course. So this goes over some of the phraseology if you were going to depart VFR and then request your IFR clearance in the air. I mean, we could do that, but I think it's easier to file IFR on the ground, get your hold for release, blah, blah, blah. We talked through what that sounds like for the first flight we've did tonight, but I think it'll be useful to hear that again on the second flight tonight. So we'll do that. We'll look at the obstacle departure clearance, and then the back course approach into New Bedford. Now, what it does say is file a flight plan in New Bedford. The route that you file is up to you. And as we were just talking, if the T airway is only for RNAV capability because there's no longer a Bradley VOR to help with navigation. Exactly what we were just talking about. They're dropping like flies, guys. I think we were talking about the number of operating VORs, being kind of almost cut in half by 2030, if I remember the numbers that we were talking about earlier. I'm going to read through that later on. But yeah, so those VORs do continue to be decommissioned left and right here. But yeah, I think ILS approaches are going to be here for a while yet. At any rate, we'll talk about we got the ODP and then whatever route, we got the ODP, yeah, you know me. And then we got the route to New Bedford that we'll figure out, and then we'll have our obstacle departure procedure out here. Let's go ahead and punch this in the SkyVector and see what we come up with. 5 Bravo 2 to KEWB. Well, nope, not web. EWB. Alright, and remember, we can't use these blue airways because we're not RNAV capable on this planet, or at least we're pretending we're not. So we're just going to say we're going to go direct Albany first. And probably this Victor 146. Here's a great example, guys, of an airway that you don't switch over at halfway. Since we got a minute. So this is a 47-mile leg. Ordinarily, you'd switch over from being outbound from Albany to being inbound to Chester at the halfway point. Half of 47 is what, 23 and a half? 23 and a half. But in this case, you switch over 8 miles from Albany and 39 miles from Chester, just because, I guess, for whatever reason, the Albany VOR signal doesn't propagate too well south and eastbound. So you use the Chester VOR's radio for the majority of that leg. So that's what that looks like if they're specifying a changeover point other than halfway, just in case. Yeah, Chili, I got there eventually. You got to get my, I'm old. It takes my brain a minute. All right, so Victor 146 south and east of Albany. This is still 146. This is still 146. This is 146 all the way to Providence VOR. Oh, so there we go. That actually makes it easy. Victor 146 to PVD. Okay, and there's some twists and turns in the road along Victor 146, but since it's all Victor 146, that's really all you have to put into the filed route. Better than most, says Chili. And then the New Bedford, so we can go ahead and just right-click on that, open a new tab. Saves us from pulling it up in the FAA. Localizer back course, so it doesn't come off of the VOR. So radar required doesn't mean you have to have radar in the plane. It just means you have to be radar vectored onto the final. There's not a published feeder leg to get us safely from the Providence VOR onto that back course final approach. So we would have to get radar vectors from Providence to that course from the controller. Hopefully he'll still be on at that point. If not, we'll kind of fudge it and vector ourselves. I think we got all the stuff that we need off of the wings. Who do I still owe raffle tickets to? Nobody. Good. Okay. Alright, so we got our route figured out. Oh, we do need to look at the obstacle departure procedure out of Saratoga County. I tell you what, let's go back. I like doing that from the FAA site that we were just on. So let's go to that Digital Terminal Procedures publication and hit search and 5 Bravo 2 and takeoff minimum. So when you need to find the obstacle departure procedure, it's very often in this takeoff minimums document. So we'll scroll that back there. Again, you kind of have to scroll through and figure out the one that you need. Saratoga Springs is here. And we said we were going to depart 2-3. Okay, so it's not too bad. It's pretty... Yeah, so this is the one that's a little bit trickier. Climb in visual conditions, cross the airport at or above 1800, then proceed on course. But this one's a little bit more straightforward. 233 to 1100, and then once we're at 1100, at or above 1100, we're okay. Let's just go ahead and turn direct to that Albany VOR. And that may or may not be runway heading, but it seems like it might be at least close to runway heading since it's a runway 23 and a 233. So, okay. All right, let me put you on hold for 1 second, guys.
Southwest 1488, expect the ILS runway 22 left approach.
We'll expect the ILS 22 left to Southwest 1488.
All right, sorry, guys, back with you. Sip of the beverage. And then we'll take it from the top of the checklist. Papa Charlie says, I hate it when a long weekend is over. Have to get back into retirement. Yeah, Papa Charlie, I've got the opposite thing going on. I am starting this week going back into the office now. I'm still going only 3 days a week rather than 5, but this will be the first regular appearance I've made at the office in quite some time. Wasn't able to rack up the landing rate wins, Papa Charlie. Yeah, you were gracious enough to let Nerdbark have one. We still got one more leg to do, though, so all good. It's not over yet. Let's go back to that. I think we got everything we need here. We'll look at that chart again when we get to set our navigation.
Approach is closed. Radar service terminated. Frequency change approved. Good night.
Okay, thanks for helping. We'll see you next time.
Sorry, I'm adjusting my departure time here. Back to the checklist. There's the Mooney. Back to the top of the program here. Let's go ahead and send the flight plan. I'm going to bring VPilot over here and hit the flight plan box. We're going to call it IFR. We're 5 Bravo 2. I guess apparently I put 5 Bravo 2 in as the alternate. Whoops. Okay, that's okay. We'll get it filed correctly this time. KEWB. And Providence is our alternate. Departure time, we're going to call it probably 0200. Time en route 105. Fuel available at this point is going to be 244. Cruise at 180. 7,000 seems to be okay as an altitude. And what did we say this was? Albany, Victor, Albany, then Victor 146 all the way to PVD. And again, it's going to be wings IFR 10. So we'll go ahead and make sure that's in the remarks, file the flight plan, and back over there. Oh, I always forget. So while the window's over here, let's go ahead and show. We don't have a METAR here, but...
JetBlue 1812, resume normal speed. Sorry, I didn't know they gave you a speed.
Okay, no worries. Resume normal speed, JetBlue 1812. Thanks.
KLB. Albany's probably the closest one.
926 to center maintain.
160 at 8 is what that says. So yeah, we'll just depart 23. We've got it on reasonable faith that that's going to be most advantageous to the wind. 29906, so we'll go ahead and set that. Yeah, it's time to start wearing pants again, says Papa Charlie. Yeah, indeed. There's a reason you guys don't see me from the waist down. Back up to the top. Altimeter, we set 29906, I think. Yeah, that's already what's set. The field elevation here, 434, and so we're much closer now. So the weather simulation here seems to be a little bit closer to reality than we experienced at the beginning of the first leg. So that's good. Comm radio is already set, so we're on 34.7. We'll go ahead and get our clearance. So we've got the weather with IFR to New Bedford, right? Is that what that place is called? Do I have that correct? Yeah, New Bedford. Boston Center, Mooney 514 Delta Victor. Got the weather here at Saratoga, IFR to New Bedford, wings IFR 10.
Delta Victor, wings IFR 10 is approved, and you're clear to the New Bedford Airport via direct to Albany. That is filed. I maintain 7,000. It's block 4713.
All right, direct Albany, then is filed 7,000 4713. 514 Delta Victor.
4 Delta Victor, read that correct. Advise ready.
All right, we'll call you ready. 514 Delta Victor.
Gamma 1, contact Providence approach
4713.
Providence approach 12367. We'll see you.
Okay, that message wasn't for me. Just a mistype there. Alright, back over to the checklist then. So we've obtained our clearance, we got the squawk dialed in, we got altitude mode on. Nav and ADF tuners, we're going to go ahead and set Albany on 115.3, 1153.
November 6 Lima Pop, I have a few options for you. On your
we know that it's mostly southbound from us, so we'll spin it around to there. We'll adjust as necessary. Once again, we don't know exactly what radio we're going to end up on, depending on how far west of the airport we get when we get there, when we get to altitude where we're allowed to turn there. But we know it's approximately a southbound direction, and we'll just center it up from wherever we end up and follow that in. Since we're not going to be on a specific radio, we can just set it to wherever we happen to fall on and just follow that radio inbound, whatever number it is, doesn't really matter. Then outbound, we have to follow the 139 because that's what defines the Victor 146. Inbound, we're not on a radio. Outbound, we are definitely going to be on that 139. The next one down the line is Chester 115.1, so we'll go ahead and make sure that we have that set in the standby.
Maintain 17,000
and there it is. Alright, the initial altitude is 7. We're just cleared straight up to 7, so we'll set that there. Heading bug is, we said was
498 New York Center closed, ready to service terminated, frequency change approved.
Going to be on 233 to 1100. 233 to 1100. That might already be set on. No, so there's 240. 6, 7. Okay, so there's 233. So that's our heading to 1100, and then we can turn direct toward Albany. So now the nav and ADF tuners are set, heading bug is set, initial altitude is set. We know the flaps are operable, but we'll go ahead and set them for takeoff. Trim is, we'll put a little bit more down trim in it to get it back into the takeoff range there. And taxi light can come on. And hopefully we'll remember to set the other lights once we get to the runway threshold. We don't have an airport diagram here, but we're going to 23. That means we're going to taxi kind of back the way we back the way we came. Now we're at a non-towered field, so all of our operation here at the airport would be on 122.8. So Saratoga, Mooney 514 Delta Victor, taxiing out to runway 23. You'd say that on 122.8, and then you'd switch back over to let center know you were ready for departure. Actually, let's actually go ahead and do that. Oh, that says 123.8. I bumped that apparently. Let's go ahead and get that back to 122.8. Whoops. To 2.8. Swap that in. Saratoga traffic, Mooney 514 Delta Victor, taxiing out to runway 23, IFR, southbound departure, Saratoga. Go back to the center frequency. On the ground, you're pretty much seeing overweight here.
270, American 5648.
See, so we're going to depart on 23, so that means we're going to taxi out kind of that way.
November 6 Lima Papa, descend at pilot's discretion, maintain 10,000.
Roger, Adam 16,000 for 10,000 now, 6 Lima Papa.
.com 926, contact Providence approach 123.67.
12367, .com 926.
JetBlue 1812, descend via the Roebuck 3 arrival, runway 22 left, transition, Boston altimeter 3004.
Descend via the Roebuck 3 down to 22 left, JetBlue 1812.
Alright, if I remember the diagram correctly, we kind of have to go up to the north. And then pick up that taxiway that goes out to the west there. There isn't a taxiway diagram per se, but we can look at that VOR DME alpha and just kind of look at the mini diagram here at the bottom. Yeah, so if I need to go out to 2-3, that's what I'm doing here. Out this way and then all the way out there. Al South MIA is here. How are you, sir?
Miami.
Weird hearing Boston Center and not hearing Sheed. Says, happy as I am. Yeah, Sheed's a maniac, man. The marathon man. Switch back over. Saratoga traffic, Mooney 514 Delta Victor, crossing runway 32 at the departure end, Saratoga. I would say Alpha, but I have no idea whether that taxiway sign is actually accurate. No traffic heard or observed. So we'll scooch across. Okay, now this is going to take us all the way up to 2-3. As soon as we clear the whole short line, make another call saying that we're clear. Saratoga traffic, Mooney 514 Delta Victor, clear, runway 32 Saratoga. Alright, back over to Boston Center.
6 Lima Papa, descend to maintain 6,000.
So maintain 6,000, 6 Lima Papa.
Sorry. Trouble reaching my pedals here. Scooch in just a little bit.
Boston Center, good evening, American 7131 out of 13,100, climbing 17,000.
American 2131, Boston Center, climb maintain, audible 210.
It's the nice thing about steering with your feet is you get your hands free to
210,
grab a beverage. Happy says, I got through IFR 5. Yeah. I've done the program once before, but they've changed a few things and added a couple flights to it. So I don't technically need credit for some of these. That's why I was able to do like the earlier one I did without ATC coverage for the first half, because I don't really need them to give me credit for it. I mean, nobody needs credit. There's nothing that you get at the end except the satisfaction of a job well done. But I'd like to be recognized on the website for having completed them all. But there's 4 that they've added to the program since I did it last, which has been a few years. Probably...
Delta, who was that?
Delta 22.
Probably 6 years since I did this program.
Okay, where are you?
Alright, so here we are at the hold short for 2-3.
East of LaGuardia.
We can go ahead and do a quick run-up. We'll hold the brakes.
Alpha 2277 squawk 471.
So we're warm, so we don't really need to do a run-up, but we'll go ahead and demonstrate it. For those who missed the stream earlier, we'll go ahead and run it up to 2200 RPMs. Flex the prop lever down. There's 22. Close enough. 2210, okay. So we'll flex the prop lever down and back up 3 times. Make sure that it recovers all the way. 22, yeah, close enough. Okay, down a 3rd time. Okay, now we're going to check. We have a redundant set of magnetos sending electricity to the cylinders. Now we're going to set to just the right set. We'll see a minor drop, about 30 RPMs there. As long as it doesn't drop more than like 75 or whatever the BOH says, we're okay. Now we're going to switch to just the other set. Yep, still 2170. Okay, now we're going to go back to both sets. Should recover back to whatever we had it set at, which was like 2220 or thereabouts. 2200, 2210, whatever it was. All right, so we're good. Run-up's complete. And again, this is a non-towered field, so we're going to get released into the airspace, but we'll have to let the airport traffic here know on the Unicom frequency what we're doing here at the airport. Center Mooney 514 Delta Victor's number 1 on runway 23, Saratoga, ready.
We're 504 Delta Victor, release for departure, time 0155 Zulu, clearance void if not off in 10 minutes. Call me airborne through 3000, frequency change approved.
All right, we'll call you airborne through 3000, void if not off in 10 minutes, frequency change approved, 514 Delta Victor. Okay, so that was what you said. We gave us a 10-minute window to depart, so we could have probably called him from the ramp. But he did say call ready for departure. We'll switch back over to Unicom. He said void if not off in 10 minutes, so we said, okay, we got to read that back. We'll be void if not off in 10 minutes. And he wants us to call once we're through 3000. And we know that we're following that obstacle departure procedure, which is, what do we say? 233 to 1100, then direct Albany. But we don't have to call him until we're at 3000. So there we go. We're up here. You know, we might end up, who knows, before we're at 1100. So we don't know exactly what radial inbound to Albany we're going to follow. We're just going to center it to wherever it centers. But we don't call him until 3000. Okay. Saratoga traffic, Mooney 514 Delta Victor departing runway 23, IFR southbound, Saratoga. All right, brakes off. All right, let's do remember the lights this time. Strobe light on. Recognition and landing lights on, taxi light off, and PTAP heat on. Yay, we remember things. Alright, double checking, no traffic coming. Temps and pressures all looking good. Confirm runway 23. Lined up. Engine responding normally. Takeoff power set. The right rudder to stay on center line. Airspeed's coming alive. 60. And there's 80. We'll go ahead and gently rotate it off. There we go. Gear coming up. We are at 4. As soon as we get through 8, we get the flaps in. Turn on. We'll turn on course. We'll turn on course until 1100 is what that procedure said. But through 400 we can, yep, there's 800 sea level, so that's 400 above ground level, but we can pull the flaps in and set to climb power now 2424. Okay, there's 1100 now, we can turn on course. Make a call, let Saratoga know that we're done with them. Saratoga, Mooney 514 Delta Victor. Clear runway 23, turning southbound, 1,400 climbing, leaving the area to the south. Last call, Saratoga. Alright, we can flip back over to Boston's frequency now. Bump the arrow until it centers and just follow that into Albany.
Delta 3112, descend via the Raleigh 2 arrival, runway 17.
Let's finish
Manchester altimeter 29.
Finish getting climb power set, 24 and 24. There we go. Bump the arrow one more time there. Okay, there we go. So we're not following a specific radial into Albany, so we can kind of just bump that arrow as much as we need. I mean, we're not really going direct if we're constantly bumping that arrow. But if we do happen to drift a little bit off course, we can just kind of fix it and follow whatever radial we find ourselves on in. Then on the outbound side, we have to stay on a specific radial because that's a Victor airway. This one is not a Victor airway, it's just direct to the radial, direct to the VOR from wherever.
1488.
Could be climbing a little bit more aggressively.
Hold the chart, or should we maintain the flight level 270, American 5648?
So I think best rate of climb is 105 in this plane, if I remember correctly. So we'll pitch for that. Okay, yeah, it looks like we're getting blown a little bit left, of course. So instead of continuing to bump that arrow, we'll just track a little bit to the right. Excuse me. And he wanted us to call through 3,000, probably because radar coverage doesn't go below 3,000.
1488 with the localizer.
So now we can give him a ring as soon as Southwest is done talking to him.
Runway 22 left, maintain 170 knots until focus.
170 knots, cleared ILS 22 left to Southwest 1488.
And we're 14 north of Albany. Boston Center, Mooney 514 Delta Victor's 3,300 for 7,000, 14 miles north of Albany.
514 Delta Victor, radar contact 14 miles north of Albany, climb maintain 7,000.
7,000, 514 Delta Victor. Alright.
Should we follow the chart or maintain flight level 270, American 5648?
At 6648, descend and maintain flight level 230.
So the answer is neither.
American 5648.
Should we stay at cruise or descend via the chart? No. That's it. We're getting blown significantly to the left. So we keep having to put in a pretty aggressive correction to stay on the radial that we have tuned. I can bump that arrow up one more, but still we know now that we got a pretty aggressive wind coming from the west blowing us to the east, and that's why we got to keep turning toward the west to stay on this radial. Again, we're just proceeding direct, so it doesn't matter if we bump the radial slightly, but in order to approximately say we are proceeding direct, we do want to actually track toward the VOR and not slightly offset from it. So not really good form to keep bumping that arrow. Yeah, like I said, we could be climbing way more aggressively. We got nice good forward speed. Oh, and the other thing I haven't done is I haven't been increasing the manifold pressure as we've climbed, so we could stay at 24 and 24 here. There we are. All right, we're through 5, going to 7, and in typical fashion, I'll hand fly it to 996, 5 Delta Victor. In typical fashion, I'll hand fly it all the way up to cruise, so you don't have to do that. You can use autopilot on these.
SOCOM 926, turn left heading 040, descend and maintain 5,000.
And what we can do while we've got a minute, let's figure out what our next navigation step is. Is that that 139 outbound from Albany down here. And again, we're only tracking at 8 miles, and then we're 39 miles into Chester. But 139 is the heading to turn to at least. So we'll go ahead and make sure that we have that set in the heading bug. 139 was it? Yeah. So there's 140, and then one notch down is 139. Excuse me. So that's where we'll go. Again, we're scooching to the right to continue to track that random radial inbound to Albany. And then on the outbound side, we'll switch the arrow to match the heading bug and then fly that course outbound. Sorry, I thought we were going to 8. We're going to 7. The center 514 Delta Victor. Sorry, I brain farted. I thought we were going to 8. We're descending back to 7 now.
JetBlue 1969, contact Washington Center 133.72. JetBlue 252, just going to maintain 2000.
Would that pass an IFR check ride in the real world? No. Will it pass IFR wings 10 on, wings IFR 10 for Boston? Probably. Oh, you are right. Yeah, you guys are right. I've double brain farted. I double brain farted, guys.
JetBlue 252, turn left heading 310.
Left heading 310, JetBlue 252.
StarCom 926, turn left heading 030, just going to maintain 3000.
Up there, 030.
Okay. I think I'm back with you now. I'll tell you what that does require is another sip of Red Bull.
Delta 2277 for airspace. Are you going to go below 1000?
Alright, so we'll level it out here.
A-firm, we're going down to 10,000 right now.
Okay, roger. Just expect to hand off the
22 and 22 then.
Say that again for 2277.
Roger, you can expect to hand off to Providence.
Roger.
Southwest 1488, vacate runway 22 left.
Yeah, both you guys.
250, join the localizer.
250 to join the localizer, JetBlue 252.
Happy's and the smart pirate.
Runway 22 right on Echo.
I obviously am the dumb pirate.
22 right on Echo, Echo to the ramp, Southwest 1488, good day.
I appreciate you guys looking out for me. Okay, passing over the VOR now, so you see it pegging all the way to one side. We'll go ahead and just fly that outbound 139 for now. Go ahead and lead the mix out too. To wherever it peaks, so 1565 or thereabouts, so 1513, or 1515 rather, is close enough. There we go. So 139, we're basically just going to get that on the heading. I'll check and see where we shake out with the radial here in just a moment. Mostly just want to get on the heading, and I need to get back down to that 7,000 as we kind of ballooned over it as we leveled off at cruise.
Down to 190.
And who is requesting the IFR?
Alright, there we go. Yeah, the smart pirate, I always get aggressive and say I'm going to just hand fly this until we get up there, and then occasionally I'm a little sloppy with it, like tonight.
And it was November Bravo Delta 234.
Alright, let's get the arrow spun and let's see where we are with that radial.
Okay, where are you at right now?
So we did undershoot it just a little bit. We'll correct out to the right. Zoom in real quick just to make sure I'm set. There we go.
November Bravo Delta 234, where are you at right now?
139.
Yeah, I'm controlling over 100 aircraft, sir. Which airport is that? Montreal. Okay, if it's Montreal, then call Montreal. This is Boston. Montreal. Yeah, if Montreal's closed, then frequency change approved. StockTom 926, turn right heading 190, on the localizer.
There's two pirates. That's right. We got a twisted pirate and a smart pirate. Well, and then three, because then you got the dumb pirate over here. Alright, so I think we're finally settled in, close to the radial, close to the altitude. And remember, we're only supposed to track that out 8 miles, and we're at 6.7, 6.89. So we need to go ahead and switch to where we're going inbound to Chester VOR now. So 319. So that's going to be a 139 by the time we subtract 180. It's the same course that we're on now, at least. So that makes it a little easier for us. 15.1 is the frequency. We already pre-dialed that, and we can see that Chester is indeed the VOR that we are receiving on it, so we've identified it positively. Alright, 22 and 22. 50 rich peak. Oop, altitude ballooning. Let's go back down. Temps and pressure's all looking good. Altitude's looking good. Radial is looking good. I think we will hand this over to, once we get it stabilized, we'll get it handed over to Otto and start talking about the rest of the navigation we need to do.
02, the Providence altimeter, thank you very much. 5 Delta Bravo.
JetBlue 252, wind 20010, runway 22 left for the land.
For land 22 left, JetBlue 252.
Alright, there we go. Now we're looking a little more stable. Now we can hand it over to Otto. Autopilot on. Altitude and nav modes are on. And we're 34.9 miles, 34.8 miles counting in. All is well. Alright, aside from the double brain fart on the altitude, I think we're doing okay here. Alright, next step after Chester. Can we, there we go, thank you. Next step after Chester is just a 13-mile leg, so we'll have Barnes preset 113.0, but we're going to kind of, we're not really going to go to 6.5 miles, track outbound 6.5, inbound 6.5. It's going to take us that long just to make those switches and make sure that we're flying the same way. So we'll kind of do a rapid fire double barrel shot there, and then it's 41 miles to Putnam. 113.0 is the next frequency. 113.0, so we're going to swap down to the bottom.
1812, flying 310 to center maintain 2000.
310, 2000, JetBlue 1812.
I guess we got that in the standby.
Speed now, and you're following 820 on a 1 mile final, runway 22 left, for the land, wind 20010.
Okay, we'll slow down to our final approach speed and clear land.
Alright, I think we got it. I think everything's good now. 2200, 22 on the manifold.
1128, fly heading 290, vectors the final.
Pretty balanced on fuel. We're probably getting close to the point where we'll switch over to the left-hand side. Yeah, we're on the right-hand side now. So we'll come back to that in just a few. Other than that, everything is looking good temps and pressures wise.
Delta 2277 back with you, 8000.
We are a little over altitude. It was pretty stable when I handed it to Otto. But it's okay, we'll fix it.
JetBlue 1812, we're slowing, sorry about that.
No, we're good.
We'll fix it.
Clear the Boston Bravo airspace via fly heading 060 and
No, I said down. 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 Okay, well, we'll fix it manually.
JetBlue 252 is clear, 22 left, Foxtrot.
Jazz 1860, descend via the J Fund 2 arrival, 22.
See what you did, man.
Jazz 1860, descend via the J Fund 2 arrival, 22 left, altimeter 3004.
It's all good. You know what I should have done? I should have just fixed the. I should have just changed the altimeter setting. That would have made it. That would have fixed it a little more easily.
3004, JetBlue 252, cross runway 22 right on Foxtrot, taxi to ramp via Alpha.
If your altitude's wrong, just make your altitude right.
Alpha JetBlue 252.
Then your altimeter setting is wrong.
240, JetBlue 212.
Alright, now we'll hand stabilize it, get it back down to 7,000. We're still tracking that radial pretty well.
7,800 feet for 10,000.
Get it nice and trimmed out here. At least if we hand it to Otto trimmed out, then he has no excuse.
Officer Dave, you wish to 78 with you, 50330.
There we go.
2378 Boston, Roger. Descend on pilot discretion, maintain potable 240.
Pilot discretion now 240, wish to
1812, 2 miles in focus, clear ILS 22 left approach.
Alright, now let's try it. Autopilot, flight director, altitude, nav.
Boston Center, good evening. Canada Eastern 2411.
And we're going to watch him balloon it up another 100 feet.
Proceed direct to Fire.
Maintain 4,000.
Oh, only 60 this time.
November 128.
1812, 4 miles in trail, TBM, wind 2.
To be clear, I would be screwing this up pretty badly.
22 left, clear to land, JetBlue 1812, we'll keep it slow.
Yeah, no, it's all good. I overdo it. I always overdo it by challenging myself to hand fly as much of it as possible. Doesn't have to be done that way. I certainly get just overly ambitious. And most of the time I do okay. Every now and then I'm a little sloppy with the altitudes, like you noticed.
American 5648 is going to maintain 11,000.
That brain fart while I was 1,000 feet off from where I thought I was, that's inexcusable. I got no excuse for that.
Roger, we'll report November 128.
This is China Eastern checking in.
Canada Eastern 2411, direct to Fire. Climb maintain flight level 210.
Alright, let's double check the navigation plan because we do have kind of a rapid fire transition here. Barnes and Noble. No, Barnes and Putnam. And then Putnam to Providence, and then Providence to New Bedford. Let's start. We got to also start thinking about the briefing for the approach because we're really not that far. So we don't need that anymore. We don't need that anymore.
And November 640 Kilo Bravo, climb maintain, potable 230.
230, TBM 0 to the Bravo.
Delta 2277, fly heading 050, just going to maintain VFR at 4,000.
Now, ordinarily, guys, standard procedure would be to track outbound from, is that Chester? Outbound from Chester until the halfway point, and inbound to Barnes until the halfway point. And that is so that any margin of error, which I've exaggerated here, any margin of error is mitigated by the fact that you change over at the halfway point. So your error gets worse until you get there, and then it gets better as you get back in. Because this is such a short distance, the amount of error that we're going to have if we're only 13 miles from Barnes, lateral error is going to be pretty slim. So what I probably will do is just since we're going straight across, only 1 degree off there, we're going almost straight across. It makes more sense, I think, to just kind of skip ahead and navigate directly once we get close enough to Chester to just consider this one continuous leg, switch over to where we're navigating directly into Barnes. Then we'll manage the transition as we pass over Barnes to where we're going just eastbound on that 121. So, again, technically speaking, we should track Chester inbound to 319, Chester outbound on 140 to 6.5 miles, and then Barnes inbound on the 321 for 6.5 miles, then overfly Barnes outbound on a 121. But because that's such a short leg and the navigation transition is going to be kind of coming at us rapid fire, I think we'll probably, like I said, once we pass over Chester, I think we'll just go inbound Barnes. We're 8.5, 8.4 from having to do that. Let's go ahead and get ready then. We'll go ahead and get the plane's heading bug centered up so that we're ready to swap it into heading mode. Again, there's a few degrees wind correction and the navigation beam tracking is automatically handling for us.
Boston Center, Gulfstream 614, Mike Foxtrot 1000 inbound base.
Alpha 3112, 4 miles, final approach.
And remember that DME is not going to count all the way down to 0 either. We're at least, see, we're at 7,000, so we're just over 1 nautical mile above it. So the very most it would, what's the field elevation there? I don't know if it's definitely not 1,000, I don't think. Oh, maybe it is.
1812's got pop off, 22 left going up the Charlie gates.
1812 cross on my 22 right on Echo and taxi Alpha to the ramp.
Oh, no, yeah. 270 feet there at Barnes. So, yeah, the DME is not going to get any lower than about 1.1. Back to world low here. Alright, I think we're okay where we can go ahead and switch over to the left-hand fuel tank. Got 3 more gallons on the left side than on the right, so there we go. Temps and pressures all looking good. 22 and 22. 50 degrees rich peak. So no other issues there. Alright, at this point I think it's prudent to go ahead and switch into heading mode. And then we'll go ahead and switch down into that Barnes frequency, which was 113.0. The inbound radial to it was a 321, which was here, so that's going to be a 221, 121, 141.
Alpha 3112, wind 1806, runway 17, clear to land.
Clear to land, 17 for Southwest 3112.
So there's a 141, and we're pretty much on it.
Delta 2277, wind 200,
So we'll go back into nav mode.
Clear land 22 left, 2277.
So again, it's taking a bit of a shortcut there, but only because it's such a short lag that the margin of error on that radial is small enough that I'm confident that that's not going to hurt us there. And obviously we wound up right on it anyway, so we're good there. Alright, so now we're 11.8 inbound to Barnes. And we need to prepare to do a 121 outbound from Barnes, and then the next VOR down the line is 117.4 on Putnam. So let's get 117.4 set in the standby. So we're ready to go there. Not swapping it in. Oh, and Barnes did positively identify, which is the other thing I should have mentioned. And yeah, we are in nav mode. Okay. So we can set that 121, I think it was, outbound from Barnes. 121 on the heading bug. That way we're ready to make that turn when we need to. So scooch that over to 120 and then 1 degree. And we're 9.3 miles minus the height, but just about 9 miles from making that transition. Let's start looking at the localizer back course 2-3. We're going into New Bedford, EWB. Let's start by getting a weather briefing there.
Hand off here for you, Shorley. You can ask him. I'm going to have a handoff here for you. You can ask him.
170 at 4, so a southbound is, well, we got a 1-4. We got a 1-4 and a 2-3. It's pretty much... It's pretty much splitting the difference there, so that probably not really any better or worse of a crosswind if we just take the approach to 2-3, so we'll do that.
I did not clear you direct anything. You could ask Providence Approach. Give him a call.
3006. So 10 statute miles. We got a few clouds at 700, so that might be tricky with the visibility. That's 700 above ground level, of course. Minimum's 580 above sea level.
November, full shorts, cross runway 15 right.
So we might be
2131, flight present heading.
thinking about go around if we lose sight of the runway. We've got a couple other little cloud layers here to be aware of.
Boston Center, JetBlue 18, so all back, wait, looking to pick up IFR down to Kennedy with Sierra.
1097 and 234. That's the front. That's the back course direction. The front course is obviously 180 degrees different from that. I'm actually going to show you just how the needle reverse senses. So we'll tune it to 234, like the chart says, just to show you.
Boston Center, Southwest 314, vacated 17, and we are currently on Echo.
3112, taxi the ramp.
And then there's not a. Well, there is an airport diagram at New Bedford. Is New Bedford towered?
Boston Center, low 921, Mike Tango, looking to pick up IFR to Boston.
So it looks like roll it long, off of 23, roll it long and turn left.
21 Mike Tango, roger on request.
1.3, 1.2, closing speed's plummeting, that means we're passing over it. Let's go ahead and pop it into heading mode there.
Boston Center, the 673 heavy, please to use, level 380.
Number 640 Kilo Bravo, descend at pilot discretion.
Go ahead and get the arrow set to 121. Yeah. I was going to say we overshot the turn a little bit, but I think if we just put a small correction in, we should get right back on it here.
Boston Center, Carenado 2411, confirm 66 India approach.
A firm 123.67.
123.67, bye-bye.
Alright, and then back in the nav mode.
2367 for my Fox, thanks.
Okay, we should be getting that handoff also, so I'm going to go ahead and preset that.
Delta 480, IFR to Atlanta, ready to copy.
1, 2, 3, and 67. We haven't gotten that yet, but we're heading that way, so might as well be ready for it. Okay.
210 down to 2000, American 2131. Canada 1475 heavy cross runway 15 left on November.
Go to the VFR chart. New Bedford. Yeah, New Bedford is indeed a delta. So we will have a tower controller there, although it probably will be the Providence approach controller covering tower duties there.
Terminated frequency change approved. Good night.
Alright, so now we're outbound from Barnes. We need to have Putnam 117.4 preset. I think we already do. Yeah, we do.
Canada 516, Montreal's closed, rate of service terminated, frequency change approved. Good night.
22-8, Canada 516, good day.
Corrector 5648, turn right heading 330.
So we should be getting descents when we need to, but let's talk about top of descent. 2000 is going to be the intercept heading, intercept altitude. 21 miles east of Providence. So we're at 7. We need to get to 2, so that we have 5,000 feet to lose. I like to use 3.5 miles for thousands. So 5 times 3.5 means 17.5 miles. So really, if we're given pilot's discretion, we could start our descent exactly at Providence VOR, and that's pretty darn close. That's pretty darn close to what we need there. So that's what we'll plan on, unless we're told otherwise. This specific leg that we're on, by the way, 41 miles. So we'll switch over just over 20 miles out. We'll switch over. 9 miles out now.
Then as filed, climate maintain 10,000, expect spottable 21010 minutes after, squawk 4717.
Okay, clear to Boston, direct Lebanon, then it's filed at 10,210 and 4717 for 921 Mike Tango.
921 Mike Tango, read back correct, hold for release, advise ready.
We'll call you ready, 921 Mike Tango.
American 5648, flight present heading, vectors the final.
Please repeat, American 5648, I did not understand you.
Flight present heading, vectors the final. American 2131, maintain 170 knots until focus.
present heading to, I see that we will cross the ILS at the winding. American 5648.
American 2131, 170 knots until Vocus, please.
170 to Vocus, American 2131.
Off. Okay, we're going to just over 20. I think we got a minute here. We can go ahead and get Qual up his raffle ticket.
Cross 15 right, hold short of 15 left.
22 right, Alpha November, cross 15 right, short of 15 left, JetBlue 1812.
Again, guys, if you're new to the stream, 2 concurrent raffles happen on this channel. One, you enter by virtue of redeeming those Twitch Alphabets points, those channel chat points there at the bottom of the chat panel. 1,000 gets you 1 entry, 5,000 gets you 6 entries. You can strategize that however you like, but we've got until the end of July. We're going to pull our next winner on July 30th. The other raffle that you're entering is the landing rate raffle by virtue of your prediction of the descent rate upon touchdown. Once we get established on the approach at our destination here in New Bedford, we'll start getting your predictions for that, and the closest in either direction gets an entry into that raffle. We'll pull both winners on July 30th. Prizes for that, and if you're the winner on July 30th, any one of these merch items. But if you don't want my crap, that's fine. Won't hurt my feelings in the least if you choose instead a gift card to Amazon or xplane.org store in the value of $25. So again, enter that raffle tonight with those Twitch channel points or with the most accurate prediction of the vertical descent rate upon touchdown, and then we'll pull the winner on July 30th.
1475, maintain final level 380.
380, 1475.
Jazz 1860 to center maintain.
Temps and pressures all still looking good. 22 and 22. We're still 50 degrees rich peak. Fuel is fairly balanced, so no changes necessary there. And we're coming up on that halfway point, which we said was 20.5, so we'll go ahead. Excuse me. We'll go ahead and start making that navigation transition. Heading mode. That way we'll stay pointed forward while we're fiddling around with radios. So we probably dialed the frequency in already. 17.4 is correct. Okay, good. So there's Putnam 17.4, and then we're inbound on 302, which is in our direction is 122. So I think that is. Yep, there we are. 1 degree up from where we were. Or is it 2 degrees up from where we were? Nope. There we are. We'll scooch the heading bug slightly to the right. And then we'll just go ahead and put that back into nav mode. Oops. There we are. Kilo Zebra with the follow, Casey. How are you? Thank you so much.
I'll try and refile. Thanks. 5648, 3 miles from Vocus, clear islands from my 22 left approach. Jazz 1860, flatting 1900, John the localizer. Where is you during the bridge? 5648, 2 from Vocus, clear islands.
Those of you just joining, we're doing the Boston Virtual ARTCC Wings Over New England IFR training flights. We're on IFR number 10. Headed to New Bedford and are going to fly a localizer back course approach. Like the glutton for punishment that I am, I'm going to hand fly it. That's not necessary for the rating for the training course. You're welcome to use whatever automation you like, but I always like to give myself the extra challenge of hand flying as much of those approaches as possible. So. Kilo Zebra says, I've been loving this series in the VODs. Happy to catch you live for one. Well, glad to hear that. Happy to do them for you. Sorry that I haven't been progressing through the series that quickly. I've got kind of so much going on in the stream and so many different aircraft that I like to fly. So, it's been kind of a little while since I've done one of these. But I'm hopeful to get through the series here by, hopefully by the end of the summer, finish this one up.
1860, 3 miles from Wayne, clear islands from 22 left approach, maintain 190 knots. Back 2131 Echo, cross 22 right, where are you parking?
Echo cross 22 right, we're parking Bravo 14, American 2131.
2131 Echo to the ramp, good night.
Echo to the ramp, thanks for service, 2131.
4 Delta Victor, contact Providence, approach 123.67, good night.
2367, 514 Delta Victor. And knew that was coming eventually.
I have the clearance now, stand by for a PDC.
Swap that in.
5 Bravo Bravo, wind 2105, runway 23, clear to land.
Now, he knows our position. We got a handoff, so he knows our position. All we got to give is our altitude just to confirm the mode Charlie. And I'm going to cheat and say 7,000, even though it's almost 71. Providence approach, Mooney 514 Delta Victor, 7,000.
514 Delta Victor, Providence approach, hello. The Providence altimeter 3006.
3006, 514 Delta Victor. Well, there you go. That might be. Now, see, so the autopilot should steer to what it has on the gauge. But, oh no. Okay, never mind. It's going to go in the wrong direction. Alright, so now we're way off. And what I will do is take it off of altitude mode. Can I do this? Is it going to...
Chinese Eastern 2411, reduce speed 210, turn left heading tree 20.
Leader 210, turn left heading 310, can I confirm for that?
That's a left turn heading tree 20.
320, pressure, can I confirm for that?
See if we can get this autopilot to get back down to 7 and maintain it. We'll see. And then we're going to be cognizant of our next navigation step too. So we're coming up on putting the VOR. And then outbound on a 141.
Before Delta Victor, descent maintain 5,000. Expect a localizer back course from like 23 approach.
Alright, 5,000, expecting a localizer back course 23 approach 54 Delta Victor. Alright, so we'll go ahead and start the hand flying. Autopilot off, flight director off. Set 5,000 there as a reminder of our assigned altitude.
Chinese Eastern 2411, reduce speed 190.
Go ahead and pull the power to 15. And a gentle descent.
2378, descent maintain 5,000.
As we, again, as I was just starting to say, as we pass over that Putnam VOR, 141 outbound, and then 15.6 is the next one. So we'll get ready for those two things.
Chinese Eastern 2411, turn left heading 260, intercept runway 23 localizer.
141. Okay, there's 141. Whoops.
Just confirm heading 260, 260.
Let's get back over onto the radar. Of course, we're just about passing over the VOR, so we're not going to spend too much time chasing that needle. Okay, yeah, there we are, passing over it. So we'll set the needle to match the heading bug now. As we pass over it, yeah, it's going to kind of act funny. And then we'll start to see it come back in on the other side. We do need to get one step ahead and get that Putnam VOR tuned on the standby, 115.6. It's only a 23-mile leg. So we're going to need to be ready to switch over from navigation-wise about 11 to 12 miles out. Get 115.6 so is the Providence VOR. 15 and 6 is set. Current VOR is indeed Putnam. There, that.
Chinese Eastern 2411, 5 miles from Cuska, maintain 2,100 until established on the localizer. Cleared ILS runway 23 approach, maintain 170 knots until 5
Zigzagging on the radial just a little bit because I'm kind of looking all over the place and not keeping up a really good scan, but let's keep that descent going to 5. And let's get back over onto the radio. There we go.
Descent is 5 Bravo Bravo, vacating runway 23 Tango, heading over to Lynx.
5 Bravo Bravo, contact ground point 9er, good day.
Ooh, ground point 9er, have a good one, best.
See ya. Contact Eastern 2411, wind 210 at 5, runway 23, clear to land.
Okay, so there we are. Nice channel descent, tracking the radial pretty accurately. 5.1, 5.2 on the outbound DME, which I know you guys can't see there. Just putting in a couple little degrees correction to try and stay tracking on the center.
Turn left heading 300 vectors to final.
300, 4 Mike Fox.
.6, getting ready to make that switch over to navigating inbound to Providence. And then as soon as we start getting vectors for the approach, we can start setting up for that. Again, real quick, since we have a second, I'll try and maintain level 180 at 5. Okay, so it's shifted a little bit better in favor of 2-3, so that's good.
4 Delta Victor, clear direct ZV. I'll have lower for you shortly.
We're non-RNAV, not able to do direct ZV.
Oh, okay, sorry about that.
If I had a nickel. So level at 5, and ordinarily we'll add some power back in because we're still a little ways out yet. So 22 and 22 again. $1,550 is where it's going to peak, so 1,500. Okay, get back down to 5,000.
4 Mike Fox, to left heading 260, intercept runway 22.
Go ahead and get switched over to where we're navigating inbound to Providence VOR now. So we'll swap that in. 115.6 PVD did indeed show up in the display, so we're good there. By the way, I know that we do have that Garmin unit there, guys. Slant alpha means that we do this all through radio navigation. Now watch the altitude. Slant alpha means we do this all through radio navigation only. So we are simulating as though we are non-RNAV. We do not have that Garmin unit. Those of you who are new to the channel, that's what slant alpha means. So we're going to do this all through just VOR navigation, the radials and the analog gauges that you see here kind of in the front and center. So we'll get down back to that 5,000, get back on that, we got to make sure we're following the correct radial into Providence now is a 321. So 321, we got to make sure that's what's dialed in here, which will be, on the inbound side, would be a 141, right? Yeah. So get that. Okay, so there's a 141. Again, I'm doing this hand flying. I'm got the autopilot all turned off at this point. That is not required for this training program. That is just my extra little nudge. Well, first of all, the whole radio navigation only is my own extra little nudge, but the fact that I do so much hand flying with it as well is also kind of just my own twisted mind challenging myself a little extra there. Okay, so we're on the radial, on our assigned altitude of 5. Again, we did brief that back course earlier, but I'll go through it again real quick. Yeah, Kilo Zebra.
Yeah,
actually we had that same question earlier tonight too. But yeah, no, exactly. So if you're doing VOR and DME navigation at high altitude, it's Slant Whiskey. We do have a tutorial on the YouTube channel. There's a playlist called VATSIM tutorials. One of the ones we have on there is an explanation of those equipment codes. Okay. Robin, Crazy Texas, I'm guessing. Or Crazy Tax, one or the other. Approach 5 and 4 Delta Victor, just about over top of Providence. What do you want us doing after Providence?
Four Delta Victor flighting 100.
100, 5 and 4 Delta Victor. Alright, so go ahead and make the lefts.
4 Mike Foxtrot, wind 2105, runway 23, clear to land.
Clear to land 234, sorry.
Gonna zoom in on it just a little bit, get it set to 100. Okay, and since that's a heading, we're not tracking that 100 course out, it's just a heading. That means we're at this point kind of free to go ahead and start setting up the radios for that approach. Again, 1097 and 234, so we'll go ahead and get that set. Again, for right now, I'm going to tune the back course, although a lot of times it's more advantageous to tune the front course heading on these. But I'm just going to show you how the needle works on a back course. So we'll go by what's on the chart, 1097 and 234. Oops, no, yeah, 109. Try and do this while I'm maintaining heading and altitude here. 1097 and 234.
2378, this maintain 2100.
2100, pushing 2378.
So there's 240. One, two, three, four, five, six. So there's a 234. And let me get back on my assigned heading of 110 here. Or no, 100 rather. Oh, traffic passing below us up ahead there. Looks like he's several thousand feet below us, so I wouldn't have expected a traffic point out for him. But kind of cool to see other traffic in the airspace.
Pushing 2378, flighting 055, vectors to find.
055 vectors, pushing 2378.
Just call you.
Maintain 2000.
Just call you crazy. 2000, 5 and 4 Delta Victor. Just call you crazy. I'll just call me crazy also. Nice to meet you, fellow crazy. Alright. So we'll keep 2200 on the RPMs. We'll drop it to 15 on the manifold pressure. Looks like our right tank is 3 gallons heavier, so we'll go ahead and switch over. Get some more power out so we can start thinking about slowing the plane down too. Off of my assigned heading by a few degrees. Let's get back over onto that. Shallow that descent out just a touch so we can start slowing it. Alright, so let's go through our complete briefing. We said the wind was 180, so that's going to be a slight left to right. We've still got the few clouds reported at 700, so we do have to watch with respect to our minimums. And 1097 and 234 is set. The missed approach is 2100 along the localizer. Okay, so there's not a second nav aid we have to tune. That's good. Just follow that localizer out to the missed approach fix. That's good. Alright, let's run through the briefing.
Victor flighting 050.
0505 for Delta Victor. Okay.
Blue Street 2378, turn left heading 260, intercept the runway 23 localizer.
And we still got 500 feet to go on the descent. So there we go. Alright, approach frequency and course set. Missed approach frequency and course is the same. Minimums is for runway 23 is 580. We're going to call it 600. That's just easier to remember. Forecast ceiling, we talked about the few clouds at 700 shouldn't prevent us from doing the approach, but just to be aware. We talked about the crosswind being from 180, so a slight left to right. Talked about the missed approach procedure being more or less straight out, and then the turnoff is roll long and go left. Alright, so approach briefing is complete. Leveled off at 2,000. Normally you add power when you level off after a descent. I did not intentionally, because I wanted to go ahead and start pulling the speed down.
From Kafka, maintain 2,100 until established on the localizer. Cleared ILS runway 23 approach.
And we're going to start getting props and mix forward as well. Oops, off the far side heading. Maybe don't need to get the props that full forward just yet. Alright, so we're back on our heading. Let's get back on our altitude. Going to intercept this probably anywhere between 4.8 and 10.9 out. 10.9 would be the 2,000 foot fix. We're 8.7 now. Is it increasing or decreasing? Yeah, increasing. So we're already past the airport. So should be getting a turn here shortly. Pull the power down, start thinking about getting back under the arc and getting our first notch of flaps in. Oops, drifting off heading a little bit here.
Push rate 2378, wind 210 at 5, runway 23, clear to land.
Clear to land, runway 23, push 2378.
RPMs are a little too low now. Put the first notch of flaps in now that we're in the white arc. Add a little bit of power back in, counteract that drag, keep it like right around 100 knots. 2,000, heading 050. Should be getting that turn in any second. Well, maybe not. We're 10.4. He wants to intercept us at 10.9.
Delta Victor, turn right heading 140.
140, 5 and 4 Delta Victor. Yeah, I knew it was coming eventually. .40. And with the arrow dialed into the back course, you see that it looks like we're going to intercept, we're going the wrong way to intercept it. Now with an HSI like we have, you could just flip it around to the front course side and the needle will operate, the arrow will be on the wrong end, but the needle will operate normally. But I want to show you what it looks like on the back course side if you set it to the back course heading. You'll see the needle will react the opposite of what you think. Instead of correcting toward it, you've got to correct away from it and then pull it along with you, kind of. So that's kind of what we're doing now on this base heading that he's got us on. We're going away from the needle, and we're going to pull that needle along with us. Still about 100 feet high. Let's get down. Let's get down to where we're assigned to 2,000. Get jolted around by the turbulence a little bit too. Dave Rendon is here. Dave, how are you? Just about to, we're doing a localizer back course, so you're going to see us, and I talked about, Dave, how to flip the needle around so that you got it set to the front course heading, and I'm intentionally not doing that so you can see what it looks like when it reverse senses. So that needle, as we're on our base intercept heading here, that needle's going to kind of pull along from behind. Localizer back course into New Bedford in the New England area. The Boston Virtual ARTCC wings over New England flights. Alright, so there we are. 2,000, heading 140-ish, and keeping about 100 knots in. Flaps 1 is already down. The Bedford, yeah, that's right. That's the
4
one.
Delta Victor, 4 miles from ZV, fighting 210, maintain 2,000 until established on the localizer, cleared. Localizer back course, runway 23 approach.
210, 2,000 until established, clear for the back course 23, approach 5 and 4 Delta Victor. You don't see the GTN, yeah, no. And you won't either. It's 210. I could and should set the heading bug to that, but we're going to be on that for so short amount of time. Alright, now remember, like I said, this is where you think, oh, you're going the wrong way to intercept this localizer. But this is where, instead of correcting toward it, you correct away. And it follows you. The other thing we got to be ready to do is since it's a non-precision approach, we might see a glide slope pop in from this side. But we got to ignore it. We can't follow the glide slope. We got to do distances on the chart per the mileage here. 4.8, 1,700, and 1.3 to minimums of 600. And I know you guys can't see the DME down there in the lower right. I'll kind of call it out as we go. We're within that 10.9 already. But I can't really go to 17 until I'm established on that localizer.
Booster 2378, contact ground point on it.
There you go. Now it's starting to come in.
Good night.
Now that we're established on it and we're outside of 4.8, we can go down to 1,700. So I'll pull the power just a little bit. Props and mix are full. Again, you'd think you'd have to...
Wind 2005, runway 23, cleared to land.
Cleared to land 235, 4 Delta Victor. You'd think you'd have to correct to the right, but you don't. You gotta pull it to the left. There we go. Inside of 4.8 now. Yeah, so now we got to pull that needle back to the right. We're not inside of 4.8. We're only going down to 1700. And let's keep it inside the white arc so I don't overspeed the flaps. I do have the runway in sight, by the way, also, but I'm still going to fly the approach by the specs. Oh, I'm sorry, guys. Yeah, you can. Please do. Start putting some predictions into the chat with respect to the vertical descent rate the moment the wheels touch. Winner closest in either direction is going to get an entry into our July 30th raffle. It's just a number into the chat. No bot command necessary. So just a number, positive or negative. We'll know you mean a descent rate either way. Oops. 200 for bad me. 1700 until 4.8 DME. Get back up there. Okay, Loke's looking good. There we are, 1700, and we got to correct the needle's a little bit to the left. That means you got to correct it a little bit to the right. Don't get thrown off by that. We can flip that HSI around. It would act more normal, but like I said, I'm just kind of showing you what it looks like and how it behaves if you have it set to the back course. All right, so there's 1700 and 4.8. So we did slip about 200 feet low prior to catching that. So we'll see how closely he was watching and whether he's going to make us do IFR 10 over again. But now that we are descending now to the 600-foot minimums by 1.3, we'll go ahead and get the second notch of flaps in. Yeah, I know it wants to gear 2. Second notch of flaps in gear is what I was just about to say anyway. So yeah, Kilo Zebra, they have not made me repeat any yet. Now, a couple of them we've actually done without ATC, because I've done this series before. So I actually have credit for all these, except for the 4 that they've added, which are later in the program. So the ones that we're going through now, I don't technically need credit for. But the ones that they've been online for, they've all considered passing. Again, we're correcting slightly right so that we can pull that needle over with us. Alright, and remember the minimums of 600 to 1.3 miles. So, we're 3.0. I'm kind of doing the dive and drive thing. And the next IFR flight for this series, they show you, or they encourage you to do a little bit more of a continuous descent rather than the dive and drive method, which is normally what I do. I'm just kind of got overly aggressive on that descent just now. So 600 to 1.3, and last call for those predictions, guys. Again, no bot command, just a number, positive or negative, into the chat. Closest in either direction gets the entry into the June 30th raffle. Alright, so there's 600 to 1.3. Alright, there we go. Get that third notch of flaps in. Aim for 75 down final and 70 over the numbers. And again, roll it long and turn it left. So there's our 75. Last call, guys. Them's my shoes. That's the last guess as of right now. Little bit fast. I'll take that. Pass the crossing runway and then make a left. Yeah, okay, so didn't need to roll quite that long. That's okay. Conserves the brakes. Yeah, I was happy with that, guys. We'll talk about the number here in just a moment. Got Bitcoin with the compliment. Thank you. And no, I don't.
Delta Victor, welcome to New Bedford. I can't see your position down there. Which taxiway are you clear on?
We went all the way to the end.
4 Delta Victor, Alpha, Bravo to parking. Good day.
Alpha and Bravo, 514 Delta Victor. See it. Was it a pass, by the way?
Yep, congrats on passing wings IFR 10.
There you go. So he didn't see the 200-foot altitude deviation. Good. Yeah, Alpha and then Bravo. Okay. Alright, so clean and clear. Flaps are stowed. Strobes off. Recognition's off. Landing lights off. Taxi lights on. A lot of times you get the taxi light on when they give you the landing clearance. I didn't manage to reach up and do that. Pitot, he can come off as well. Come up here to Bravo, we'll make a right. So this is one FBO, and then down here to the right on Bravo is another FBO that hopefully looks a little nicer, or we'll just park right in front of the tower building. Yeah, man, the Carenado Mooney. See, that's not a... Yeah, we'll park at the VIP zone. That's fine. I know you guys are dying to see that winning number. Show you that in just a minute. So aside from slipping 200 feet low on that localizer, I'll show you again, guys, just so you know for when you execute this. Alright, parking brake on, taxi light off. And, yeah, so just to show you. So I was calling out the DME, and what we were supposed to do, we kind of intercepted at 2,000. We were probably about, what, 7 point something? I don't remember. And we were at 2,000. Then we were able to descend to 1,700 by 4.8. And I think we were still at, yeah, I don't remember. At some point, I was beyond 4.8, but I was down at about 1,500. So you can't go below 1,700 until you're inside of 4.8. So So that was when we went, basically we went below, and then we had to come back up to 1700. Kind of like that, and then we descended from there. So that's a really not good explanation of what happened, but if you watch it back, you'll notice that I'm calling out DME, and before I say 4.8, I was up at 1500, and then went back up to 1700. So he didn't see it. Why did he didn't see it, or he let it go because we saw it. Again, a lot of times in these IFR wings flights, it's not as strict as an actual IFR check ride. An IFR check ride, that would definitely have been a failure. But for VATSIM purposes, they're really testing that you understand the concept more so than you can execute it perfectly. So, you know, kind of as if you catch your mistakes and you fix them before they call you out on them, usually they let them go. All right, let's talk about the winner of our entry into the July 30th landing rate raffle. It's the one who guessed closest to 46. So let's run back through the chat and see who that was. 46 was the winning number. 74. Oh, wait a minute. We got 85, 78, 100, 101, 88, 74. So really it's the lowest one, right? Them's my shoes. Guess that's going to be it. All right, let's get him entered. Them's my shoes, KEWB on 7.5. Guys, please call me out in the chat if I'm missing anything. Don't want to get done. I don't want to shortchange anybody, but I do believe that Them's my shoes is the winner with the lowest guess there coming in at the 74. I don't see anybody else under 74, and the winning number was in the 40s, as I had already forgotten what the exact number was. But anyway, there you go. Them's my shoes now entered into that July 30th raffle. Don't forget, guys, the other raffle that you can enter for July 30th is the Twitch channel points raffle. We got 2 concurrent raffles on this channel. We'll go ahead and explain those to you again for those of you who are joining late or new to the stream. Oh, you know what? I'll tell you what. Let's go ahead and shut the aircraft down, too. Parking brake on, taxi light off, transponder can be set back to 1200. And shut that off. Elevator trim reset, okay, pretty much is. And then we'll go ahead and, transponder off, second comm radio off, ADF radio off. We'll go ahead and turn the radio master off. And so we would do a real quick live mag check. You want to flip real quick blip of the magneto switch to make sure that the engine does in fact start to die. When you do that, that way you know that when you have the plane sitting here on the ramp, the magnetos don't have electricity flowing to them. You don't want to take somebody's arm off if they bump your prop as they walk by. But this sim tends to put up that stupid logbook when you do that, so I always skip that. Go ahead and pull there you go, that thing. We'll pull the prop down to, the mix to cut off there. We'll watch the prop stop spinning. Prop lever can come down as well. And then I think it's, we'll shut the mags off for real that time. Fuel selector can go into the off position. The nav and beacon lights up top. And then it's just those 2 switches there. There we are, cold and dark. There we are. Let's see, which is the prettier direction? Get a nice little closing shot in here for you. There you go. There you go. All right, very good, guys. Well, again, to explain the raffles, we got 2 concurrent raffles that go on this channel. The one you enter by virtue of those predictions, we got Them's My Shoes entered into this one. Who was the earlier one? Nerdbark was the one that got our first landing most accurately, the closest guess in either direction in terms of feet per minute at the moment the wheels touch. So we got those 2 entries that went in. Tonight, you also have the Twitch channel points that you're accumulating down there at the bottom of the chat panel. Now, hold off. Don't start banging me with those redemption requests, because you might want to save those up until we're a little closer to that July 30th raffle date. July 30th is when we're going to draw both winners, the landing rate raffle and the Twitch channel point raffle. But if you happen to make it up to 5,000 points by then, you can cash those in. You get 6 entries for the price of 5. Otherwise, it's 1,000 for 1 entry into that. So those are the 2 raffles we've run all the time on this channel. The winners that we pull on July 30th get their choice of any one of these items, which includes any of the black Slant Alpha t-shirts, the white trucker cap with the Slant Alpha logo, the mouse pad with the Slant Alpha logo, the coffee mug, and if you don't want my crap, you can certainly opt for Amazon or xplane.org store gift cards, either one, your choice, in the value of $25. The ones that are over my right shoulder are the ones that are available for purchase by heading over to our merchandise store. !merch will get you the link at our Redbubble store. So those are the white Slant Alpha t-shirts or the white with black trim Slant Alpha logo t-shirts. The ones that are up for grabs in the prize vault, those are the solid black t-shirts with the Slant Alpha logo. All right, well, thank you for riding along. We did get to get Boston ARTCC's Boston Virtual ARTCC's air traffic control. Oh, he's popped off for the night as well. But gracious of him to pop on. We didn't think we had air traffic control. We didn't have any scheduled, and we didn't have any when we started the stream, but it was nice that he popped in, and you guys got to hear exactly what those communications sounded like, rather than from the very beginning where I was kind of just walking you through like what a mock-up of them would sound. So we're grateful to have Boston Virtual ARTCC's controller on to give you guys a real good taste of what those communications go like when you do those yourself. All right, next up on the channel, guys, if you want to know what's coming up in the short term on the channel, you can always follow us on Facebook or Twitter. The link's down there at the bottom of the screen. Slant Alpha on both of those. If you would like to see the full show schedule, then you can see that under the About tab, or you can find that on our Discord channel, or you can find that on our Facebook page as well. Fabio says, Fabio456XC. Fabio says, I'm trying to use VATSIM, but I can't. I'll tell you what, we've got a tech support channel on our Discord. You're more than welcome to join, Fabio. If you mean that you just don't know how, like you can connect. I'm not sure if you're saying you're having a technical problem or if you just don't understand the procedures and communications. If it's a technical problem, find us on our Discord tech support channel. We can definitely talk you through issues that you're having getting connected. If it's a matter of not understanding procedures or what to say, well, you've joined at the right time, because I was just about to talk about our YouTube channel. We've got all of our old flight broadcasts over there, but we've also got a bunch of tutorials as far as some introductory resources on how to talk to air traffic controllers, what to say, how to put together an IFR flight plan or a VFR route. So, and what these slant codes that we're constantly bandying about mean. Slant Alpha, Slant Whiskey, Slant Golf. What's all this stuff mean? Head over to our YouTube channel and the playlist called VATSIM Tutorials. So if that's what you're talking about, Fabio, you don't know you don't understand the procedural stuff, that's a good resource for you. Again, hit us up on our Discord channel if you need some tech support as well. So we were talking about the schedule. We just changed. You're used to seeing us on at 8 p.m. Eastern time, probably, if you're not new to the stream. We just switched our schedule up where we're on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays at 7 p.m. Eastern time, 7 p.m. Eastern U.S. We are next going to be resuming our Douglas Overseas series. We've taken the series where we took the AeroWorks Douglas DC-3 up and over the east coast of the U.S., Canada, Greenland, Iceland, Faroe Islands, UK, all the way down, and we've done some Mediterranean island hopping. We've last landed at Dubrovnik. We are going to do a couple of stops in Italy on Wednesday the 7th. Going to stop over in Rome and then head on up to Pisa. And from there, we head back up into mainland Europe, Germany, and or Austria, then Germany, and then we head kind of back up towards the UK. We're getting ready to wrap this series up as we bring that plane back over the North Atlantic and back to our pretend home airport of Martin State Airport in Baltimore, Maryland. So that's where it started. That's where it'll end. Hopefully by the end of this calendar year, we'll get that series wrapped up for you. But Wednesday at 7 p.m., Dubrovnik to Rome, then Rome to Pisa in that AeroWorks freeware Douglas DC-3 for X-Plane 11. Friday we're going to be off because Saturday it's the Abbotsford Virtual Air Show occurring on VATSIM, the first air show to occur on VATSIM in about a decade, put on by the Canadian division of VATSIM. And I have been asked to join, or I've been offered to join, the official production team for the air show as their official show announcer. So I don't know whether that means we're going to stream it on this channel or not. It's going to be streamed at twitch.tv/Abbotsford Virtual Air Show. So you can certainly catch it over there and hear the golden tones that you're hearing right now over on that broadcast. But we will we'll see about doing kind of announcer's booth behind the scenes stream over here if we can. I'm not sure exactly how the logistics of that are going to work, but again, yeah, so that's Saturday the 10th at 2 p.m. Eastern. So we're going to be off of our Friday broadcast for that, but we'll be on at Saturday at 2 for the VATSIM 2021 Abbotsford Virtual Air Show, celebrating the 20th anniversary of the formation of VATSIM. So that'll be a pretty cool thing, and like I said, the first air show that's been performed on the network in over a decade. So hopefully you guys will all get a chance to check that out. Alright, so that's the next couple. Again, if you wanted that full show schedule, right there under the About tab or on our Discord or on our Facebook. I do ask that you stay tuned, guys, as we are going to see if we can find somebody to send you to. Who's flying around? Well, let's see. He's, Melvin Leroy is still participating in the 21st Bush League backcountry fly-in. He's still up in the air right now in that Thranda Porter for X-Plane 11, so we'll send you over to him. He looks like he's got some cloud issues there. I don't know how that's going to resolve, but if you want to find out, stay tuned, and we'll send you over to the Melvin Leroy channel here momentarily. Do stick around for that, but in the meantime, we will see you Wednesday from Dubrovnik and Italy. Be healthy and safe in your own travels and your own adventures in the meantime, guys, and we'll talk to you then.